week sets up this showdown with Texas Lutheran tonight here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Both teams undefeated in conference play, and whoever wins this one has the inside track to that #1 seed for the conference postseason tournament.
Was he saying 25 points?
No
yeah,
question.
he said it, but I didn't think that was right.
I added up
26, yeah.
Most notably TLU.
Because it was 7 points against Lyon, 13 against Austin College, and then 6 last week, 26.
Yeah, 26.
And learned a lot
What does
about
the head
their
coach know?
tradition, history and pride. You know, they won 2 national championships in NAI football back in the 70s. They've produced a lot of outstanding players for sure, but they've put a lot of outstanding coaches in the coaching profession, and you know, their staff that they have there right now is they're outstanding. So we know that they're going to have a really good plan. Their guys will be confident. They'll be prepared and ready to play. They're like us. They've taken care of business in their conference games, and it's that we have the same overall record, you know, because they had a couple of losses in non-conference, but they played well and they played against really good teams. So, yeah, it should be a showdown. I'm glad we're at home and we don't have to be down there in the South Texas heat. It's a night game. The weather's kind of changing, so I think it sets it up. It sets itself up beautifully to be a great night of football.
What is it outside right now?
70 degrees.
70?
One thing I'd like to revisit about how this year you've lost some key players to injury, and you've had a number of players, like starting with Jess Hull and Dylan Blake, but there are a number of instances where guys have stepped up and have filled that void because of an injury, and that's one of the reasons why you got this 4-game winning streak.
No doubt, and I don't, you know, I don't say this lightly or as though it's just business as usual, but we actually are #1 in all divisions in NCAA in passing yards per game. So we have the #1 passing attack in the country right now, which if you'd have told me that was going to be the state of affairs at this point in the season after losing your quarterback, losing Kaysen, losing Xavier Williams and other guys, I'd have said you're crazy. But I think it just displays some of the depth that we have, the leadership as well. You know, we've got some freshman guys that I think are playing as good or better than they've ever, you know, they're playing at a high level because they see leadership from some of the older players and they don't want to let those guys down. So they're levels and they're not big, you know, too big for them. But yeah, I couldn't be more excited and proud of like what we've accomplished. But we don't set out at the beginning of the season to have the #1 passing offense or to be a statistical champion. We want to be a champion. So if we got to win the game 3-0, you know, we'll take it. I'd prefer not to, but really it's just a whatever it takes, you know, mentality.
Well, good luck in tonight's ball game.
Thanks, David.
Jordan Neal, our guest on the pregame show. Kickoff is next. Warhawk football returns in a moment on The Patriot.
Hey, my name is Justice, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A nugget trays is when it's time for football season and time to have the boys over, Chick-fil-A was it. You bite into it and it's juicy, you know, you got flavors popping. Oh yeah, on any B-A-Y, I need C-F-A.
Hey y'all, my name is Soraya, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is how easy it is. That convenience of being able to order through the app is just unmatched. When I place that tray down, those nuggets won't be there for long. Everyone loves them.
Whether an organized team sport or walk around your neighborhood, Hendrick Clinic Bone and Joint, Action Sports Medicine, and Action Physical Therapy understand the importance of keeping your family moving. From diagnosis to recovery, our team of physicians, orthopedic surgeons, and physical therapists provide personalized care for sports injuries, joint pain, and more. With state-of-the-art technology and more than 40 years of experience, our team will get you back to what keeps you moving.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Here's the kickoff by McMurry, fielded by Texas Lutheran back around their 10-yard line, and they only get out to about the 14-yard line before they're tackled. So it will be behind the 20-yard line. Well, Texas Lutheran will start with the ball with the first down and 10. We were talking about complementary football, Chad. Special teams doing their part, putting Texas Lutheran in an early hole for this first possession of the ball game.
Yeah, Warhawks playing very well on special teams, and we saw it just there. And here we go with a good one.
It's going to be a running play, and the ball carrier gets out across the 15 to about the 17-yard line. And taking that handoff for Texas Lutheran, that's going to be Williams. He's a senior from Victoria, Texas. He gains about 4 yards to the 19, so that'll make it 2nd down and 6 for the Texas Lutheran Bulldogs. Here in the first quarter of the ball game, Texas Lutheran wearing white jerseys, black numerals trimmed in gold, black pants with gold stripes down the side, and a black helmet with TLU in gold on the side. McMurry playing at home, maroon jerseys, white numerals, white pants, and of course the maroon helmet with the talon on the side. Play action, pass downfield, caught at the 35 to the 37-yard line, and that'll be a 1st down for Texas Lutheran. Tackle made on the play for the Warhawks by Cole Reha, who's among McMurry tackling leaders, 3.5 tackles for losses, 8 pass breakups, but a gain of 17 yards on that pass play for a 1st down to the 36-yard line of Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, the Warhawks are going to have their hands full this afternoon or this evening, David. Texas Lutheran had over 609 yards offense last week, too, so this is going to be a barn burner and a fast-paced game.
And we have a malfunction at the junction here on the snap of the ball. Texas Lutheran will recover the fumble on the snap, but they lose yardage back to their 34-yard line. So it'll be 2nd down and 12. The quarterback in the ball game, we've gotten so used to Masenko the last couple of years for Texas Lutheran, but this is Reese Dietrich. Reese Dietrich, he's a freshman. 6'1", 205 pounds from Austin. Pass downfield has got caught at the 50 to the 45 to the 40-yard line of McMurray. Dietrich has got a good arm, and that receiver was cut loose by McMurray's defense. He was open over on that far sideline, and that's a big gainer into Warhawk territory to the 39-yard line for a 1st down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, another big pass there with Texas Lutheran on offense. It looks like they're going hurry up to keep the defense off balance.
And they're moving from right to left as you look at your radio, or from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Ball over on the far hash mark. So the sidelines to Dietrich's right, wide side of the field to his left. 3 wide receivers out wide to this left side, single wide receiver out wide to the right, which is the short side. Running play, ball carrier falls forward. He gets maybe back up to the line of scrimmage and no further than that. And helping to make the tackle for the Warhawks is going to be Rylan Hurst. He's the junior from New Katy. Brings the ball carrier down. They're going to say he lost a yard back to the 40-yard line of McMurray to make it 2nd down and 11 for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, good stop there by the Warhawks. Torrey Brooks had 17 carries for 127 yards, so they're really going to have to keep him in check this tonight.
So 2nd down and 11 for Texas Lutheran at the McMurray 40-yard line. Quarterback keeps the ball right side. He's to the 35, ushered out of bounds over on the far side of the field by Kamani Smith. Also Dylan Davis over there, not before the quarterback on the keeper, gains to the 33-yard line. So it'll be 3rd down and 4. That was a gain of 7 on that quarterback keeper around the right side.
Big 3rd down here for the Warhawk defense. See if they can, again, bend but not break here.
Clock is rolling. We just got underway. 11:55 left to go first quarter. Texas Lutheran with the first possession of the ball game with a 3rd down and 4. Dietrich wants to throw. Heavy traffic, in trouble. He's going to be sacked at the 35-yard line. And putting the pressure on him, well, all right. 1, 2, 3. Bryce Neves
on the tackle. He just, like I've said, week in and week out, he just has a nose for the football. He knows how to find the football, and we saw it on display right there.
Neves coming into the ball game. McMurray's leading tackler. 8 tackles for losses, 5 quarterback sacks, 6 pass breakups, 2 fumble recoveries, and a forced fumble. Gets another sack there, and Texas Lutheran leaves Dietrich in the ball game. 4th down and 7 for the Bulldogs at the McMurray 35-yard line. They're moving from right to left as you look at your radio. Here comes the pass rush. Dietrich in trouble. Looking. The ball intercepted by McMurray. Coming back the other way, the Warhawks. And that's going to be Rylan Hurst, who comes up with the fumble, the interception. And the Warhawks stop the Bulldogs and get the ball with good field position.
Good pressure by the big guys up front. They found the quarterback. The ball popped out. Rylan Hurst came up with the ball and a little bit of a return there to set the Warhawks up in pretty good field position here.
Excellent field position for the Warhawks. And coming in at quarterback is going to be, of course, Dylan Blake. Blake has got some great numbers this year, 111 completions and 170 attempts for 1,537 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. 2 of those interceptions he threw last week, but one of them you really need to put an asterisk on because it was tipped by the McMurray receiver and was intercepted by a secondary defensive back. Warhawks will run the ball to the 45, to the 49-yard line. That's Corey Lane. He picks up positive yardage. He has good explosiveness. Gains 8 yards on that play to the 50-yard line.
Very patient runner. When he finds that hole, like you said, he explodes through the seam there, and good first down yardage here for the Warhawks.
He averages nearly 6 yards a carry. He gained 8 on that one to make it 2nd down and 2. Lane again, turns the corner. He's to the 50. He's got the first down to the 45, goes out of bounds over on the far sideline at the 40-yard line of Texas Lutheran. He gains 10 yards on that carry. He came into the game, 29 carries for 171 yards, 3 touchdowns already this year, and back-to-back runs by Lane give the Warhawks a first down at the 40 of Texas Lutheran.
And this is exactly what they need to do early, David. Establish the run game, get the defense to commit, down low, and then that'll open up some opportunities on the outside for some of these fantastic receivers.
Warhawks moving from left to right as you look at your radio, or north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium. This time, Lane, tough run up the middle. Did the ball pop loose? Evidently it did. Texas Lutheran says they've got it. And the officials, do they give us a measurement yet? If it is a fumble recovery for Texas Lutheran. So both teams share turnovers here. And now it's Texas Lutheran that comes up with the cup recovery. And they'll start this drive at their 38-yard line.
Yeah, you always hear about the, winning the turnover battle. And the Warhawks have definitely got to win the turnover battle today against this great Texas Lutheran team. So one each right now in the turnover department.
9:59 left to go, first quarter. These two teams tied for the first place, starting play tonight with 3-0 records in the Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference. Hendrick, who plays McMurry next Saturday, is next at 2-1 in conference play. Centenary next at 1-2, and then Lyon College and Austin College still looking for that first win. Dietrich wants to throw down the middle of the field. It's going to be too tall for the intended receiver, and that's an incomplete pass. The intended receiver downfield for Texas Lutheran, who had a step, that's Caleb Camarillo. He is a senior from Gonzales, Texas, and that incomplete pass, Chad, will stop the clock with 9:53 left to go, scoreless first quarter.
Yeah, just a little too much on the ball there for Caleb Camarillo, and it brings up a second down here for Texas Lutheran.
Bulldogs with the ball at their own 38-yard line following the fumble recovery. Running back might have gained a yard going out of bounds over on the far side of the field, shy of the 40-yard line. Kamani Smith and Dylan Davis leading the defensive charge over there. Also for the Warhawks, helping to make the stop, Cole Reha. And the running back only gains a couple of yards, makes it 3rd down and 8 for Texas Lutheran at their own 40-yard line.
And this is really good to see, stopping the run game early here for the Warhawk defense.
Shadows now completely covering the 2/3 of the field here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Dietrich, deep drop. This is a middle screen that's tipped away, no good. And that was big Dorian LeBlanc who put up his mitts to knock that ball away incomplete as they were trying to set up a middle screen, and this will force the first punt of the ball game.
Great defense there by the Warhawks. You like to see this early, so turnover, they're going to punt the ball, and the Warhawks are going to get the ball back with probably pretty good field position here.
Maple, along with Alvarez, back deep and twin safety awaiting the punt at the Warhawk 23-yard line. Very little breeze. I don't think this will affect the passing or punting or any kicking at all here tonight. They get off the kick, sort of a line drive. Alvarez inside the 20 with the return over the far sideline, taken out of bounds across the 25 to about the 28-yard line. Still no score, 9:07 showing in the first quarter clock. And by the way, I had a cold earlier this week. I am not contagious, Chad. I know we're working close quarters here at the press box. I'm fine. I'm not contagious. Just all that junk is drained into my throat. But I had to come out here to pull it off for old McMurry here tonight and get him a victory over Texas Lutheran to stay undefeated in conference play.
So I can't blame you if I get sick later on this week?
No, of course not. We'll blame it on Casey Jones, the SID. First down and 10 for McMurry at the 29-yard line. Their second possession of the ball game. Plank looking, goes down the middle of the field, pass complete. And the receiver is down at the 42-yard line. He hung on to the ball, but he took a tremendous lick here. It should be a gain of 12 yards for the first down, but that guy is out cold right now at the 41-yard line.
Yeah, I think that was Amari Johnson. He took a huge hit, and that almost looked to me, Dave,
He's a little woozy as he comes to the near sideline, but he is up on his own feet. And amazingly, he held on to the ball for the first down to the Warhawk 41-yard line.
Yeah, they'll have the training staff look at him. He jogged off under his own power, but I can tell he's in a lot of pain there on the sideline.
So the ball over on the far hash mark. McMurry moving from left to right as you look at your radio, or north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Two receivers over on the left side, which is the short side of the field. But they throw to the near sideline, and the pass is dropped. Incomplete. That's Pruitt, the intended receiver, at the 48-yard line. That'll stop the clock with 8:48 left to go. Scoreless first quarter. And now, Chad, the Warhawks facing a 2nd down and 10 at their own 41-yard line.
Yeah, rare drop there. Got to get those first quarter jitters out, and I'm sure you won't see many more of those throughout the game.
Now the Warhawks have got a triangle receiver set out wide to the right side, which is the wide side of the field. They throw to the near sideline. Catch made at the 45-yard line. That'll be a first down for McMurray. Good catch along the near sideline. And making that reception for McMurray, a really good catch there for the Warhawks. And that's going to be... Okay.
Carmela's card? Did he switch numbers?
Carmelis must have switched numbers. So Carmela's card, number 5 instead of his usual number 4, so I apologize for the confusion. Great catch, first down from McMurray, the 46-yard line. Now they go with the alley-oop along the near sideline, and all kinds of contact, but no flag is thrown, and that'll make it now 2nd down and 10. Talk about Carmela's card. He's got some great numbers, too. 26 catches for 409 yards and 4 touchdowns this year, and he was the young man who made that great catch at the 46-yard line. Now the incomplete pass makes it 2nd down and 10 for McMurray.
And these receivers, David, like I've talked about over the past couple weeks, they keep their arms and their hands extended. They catch the ball outside and then bring it in, which doesn't allow the defender to get in there.
Screen pass, broke it up. They were going to the right side to Corey Lane. He made the catch, but no gate on the play. Really good defensive play there by Texas Lutheran to blow that play up. And Corey, who's always usually pretty dependable getting out yardage for you, but he had his feet taken out from underneath him. So that makes it 3rd down and 10 for McMurray at the 46-yard line of Texas Lutheran. Clock rolling with 8 minutes showing on the first quarter clock. Still no score here at Wilford Moore Stadium in this battle for first place in the SCAC. Flags are thrown, and it's going to be a false start called against McMurray. So what was 3rd and 10 will now become 3rd and 15, and that's the first penalty in the ball game, and that will put the ball back inside the McMurray half of the 50-yard line at the Warhawk 49.
It looks like Texas Lutheran is playing a lot of cover 2, David, 2 safeties over the top because they know that they have a lot of threats downfield, the Warhawks do. So they got to find some of those seams maybe across the middle or down the field on the outside.
3rd and 15 for McMurray, now at the Warhawk 49-yard line. Now the ball on the near hash mark. Double slot formation, 2 wide receivers out wide to each sideline. Lane in the backfield along with Dylan Blake. Blake looking, stepping up, throws down the middle of the field. Pass is going to be incomplete. So the McMurray Warhawks will have to punt the ball away, because both these teams are already off to a good defensive start. Both these teams coming in with winning streaks. TLU has won 3 in a row. McMurray has won 4 in a row. And you can tell these two teams are playing well. Plus, they've played each other now, 4 times in the last 3 years. So they're very familiar with one another as well.
Yes. Dylan Blake just a little bit off target there for Xavier Williams. He had him across the middle, but just wasn't there.
Rodriguez averages just under 38 yards a punt. What little wind we do have is coming over his left shoulder. Gets off the punt, tumbly kick, lands. McMurray lets it roll inside the 5. They try to kill it. Are they able to do so at the 1-yard line? I think they got it down to the 2 of Texas Lutheran. Splendid special teams play by McMurray to get that ball down to the 2-yard line.
Great punt and great coverage downfield. They were able to down it. I think the officials are talking about it, but I think they are going to rule it down just around the 1-yard line there. Let's see what they say. They're going to bring it out.
Okay, they're going to say a touchback. So that'll put the ball back out here at the 20-yard line. And that southern third of Wilford Moore Stadium is the only part of the field in the sunshine right now. By the way, don't forget tonight, Set your clocks back 1 hour before you go to bed. We don't want you to be late for church tomorrow. So set those clocks back 1 hour. Daylight savings time ends tonight.
Not a big fan, David.
I just wish they just set it and leave it alone.
Me too.
So Texas Lutheran gets the ball back. 7:17 left to go, first quarter. Still no score here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Dietrich is the quarterback. And once we get everything set up, McMurray with 3 down linemen defensively. Texas Lutheran on the move from right to left as you look at your radio, or from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Quarterback swings the ball out to the right side, pass caught to the 25-yard line, but then the rest of the cavalry arrives, and the receiver gets across the 25 to maybe the 26-yard line. Gain of about 6 yards on that little swing pass to the right side. It'll be 2nd down and 4 now for Texas Lutheran.
Dylan Davis came up to help make that stop. A game of about 5 there.
Well, Dylan Davis is one of those key players for McMurray. He leads McMurray with 4 interceptions, including a pick 6 that he had last week in the victory in Shreveport over Centenary. Another running play here. Ball carrier, he's got first down yardage. Still on his feet. McMurray can't get him down till he gets to the 48-yard line. Boy, you talk about a guy who was churning and burning. He just kept those feet churning, and he burned McMurray's defense for a first down to the 48-yard line of the Bulldogs.
Yeah, that was Torrey Brooks again last week. 17 carries for 127 yards, so they're really going to have to key in on him and make sure that he doesn't pick up that much yardage against the Warhawks this week.
So first down and 10 for the Bulldogs. They have the ball at their own 48-yard line. McMurray with 3 down linemen. Running play up the middle. Oh, and he gets absolutely tattooed as he gets to the 46-yard line. Wow, what a play there for the Warhawks by Zach Mitchell, McMurray's second leading tackler. 2.5 tackles for losses, a forced fumble. He filled that gap with violence and knocked the ball carrier down for a 1-yard loss.
He wanted to make a personal introduction on that play. Zach Mitchell did, and I think he got the job accomplished there.
Wow. So they lose a yard back to the 47-yard line. That makes it 2nd down and 11 for Texas Lutheran, and that running back is saying, call somebody else's number on this next one. Dietrich wants to throw. Deep pass down the far sideline. That's going to be 5 yards too tall for the intended receiver down that far sideline. And, Chad, that'll stop the clock with 5:39 left to go in a scoreless first quarter.
Yeah, that'll bring up a 3rd down and 11 for Texas Lutheran. This is where the Warhawks need to really get pressure and not allow anything big downfield.
Well, both teams have had pretty good field position to start drives so far in this ball game, but these defenses are playing at a very high level already tonight, and it looks like we're going to have a slugfest to decide first place in the SCAC here tonight at Wilford Moore Stadium. 3rd down and 11. Dietrich wants to throw. Fires to the right side. Pass incomplete. Almost intercepted by the Warhawks over on the far side of the field. I think that's Kamani Smith who put a finger on that ball. Brings up 4th down. And now Texas Lutheran will have to punt the ball away.
And, of course, Bryce Neves put on good pressure there on the quarterback to, he wanted to get rid of it early because he didn't want Bryce Neves breathing down his neck and making that tackle.
5:34 showing on the first quarter clock. No scores. The Warhawks awaiting the punt to get the ball back. And you've got Alvarez back deep along with Marcus Maple and twin safety awaiting the punt. High snap, but he gets it off. Tumbling line drive kick fielded at the 20-yard line. This is Alvarez to the 30. Comes to the near sideline. Comes back inside. Gets to the 34. Nice return. No flags are down. And the Warhawks will have a 1st down and 10 to start this drive at their own 34-yard line.
See what kind of adjustments Jordan can make on this drive to get the ball downfield and hopefully get some points on the board.
Well, after starting the season with 3 straight one-score losses to Southwestern, Hardin-Simmons, and Huntington, Warhawks have reeled off 4 straight victories over Howard Payne, Lyon College, Austin College, and then last week over Centenary to improve their record to 4-3 for the season and undefeated in conference play at 3-0. And that's the same record identically for Texas Lutheran. They're also 4-3 overall and 3-0 in conference play. This is Glenn Rice in the ball game at quarterback, and he gets across the 35 to about the 36-yard line. So Glenn Rice in the ball game at quarterback for McMurray. That was an interesting decision there by the Warhawks.
Yeah, Glenn Rice has been impressive as well. He has good legs, knows how to find those seams, and pick up big yardage on offense.
So it's going to be 2nd down and 7. The ball down on the ground. Texas Lutheran might have come up with a fumble recovery at the Warhawk 30-yard line. It will be Texas Lutheran's ball. They come up with a fumble recovery as the Warhawks hand the ball off to Xavier Williams on a jet sweep around to the left side, and it will be recovered for Texas Lutheran in Warhawk territory. So an early test right now for the Warhawk defensive unit and a big break for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, I don't know if he really got a hand on that handle on that handoff when he got the ball, and Texas Lutheran had good penetration, was able to create the fumble and come up with the ball.
It was just interesting that Glenn Rice was in for that series for the Warhawks. Rice, who's sort of a two-way guy, who's just as efficient throwing the ball as he is running the ball. So they were trying to do something to spark McMurray's offense, and it winds up backfiring. And now Texas Lutheran with an early opportunity to break the scoring ice in this ball game. Handoff up the middle of the ball carrier. We'll get to the 26-yard line, a gain of 4 on that carry for Texas Lutheran. Tackle is made by Jackson Harris. Of course, he's the young man who turned the season around for McMurray with that fumble recovery, the scoop and score for the game-winning touchdown against Howard Payne that sparked this current 4-game winning streak for McMurray.
Yeah, Jackson Harris on that tackle. They're really going to have to key in on this running game for Texas Lutheran. They put up big numbers last week, so hopefully they can get good penetration, maintain gap responsibility, and stop the run game.
2nd down and 6. Man in motion to the right side. Texas Lutheran with the ball at the 26-yard line of McMurray. Hand off to Williams. He carries tacklers with him to the 15, and he'll be brought down inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line. And making that tackle, former Abilene High Eagle Bryce Neves, but not before it's a first down for Texas Lutheran. And they're in the red zone of McMurray at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium.
Let's see if they can not break one more time here, bend but not break the Warhawks on defense. So here we go.
0-0 is our score. 3:43 left to go here in the first quarter. Texas Lutheran at the 14-yard line of McMurray with a first down. Running play up the middle. The ball carrier faked the handoff, kept second man through. He gains a couple of yards before he's knocked down on the play by Jackson Harris, who leads McMurray with 10 tackles for losses and 6 quarterback sacks, 2 fumble recoveries, and 4 forced fumbles. And he holds the quarterback here to a gain only of a couple of yards on that carry up the middle against the McMurray defense.
Yeah, good stop there by the defense. Let's see if they can put together a couple more stops here to keep at least Texas Lutheran to a field goal attempt.
So it's 2nd down and a long 7 needed of the first down. We're scrimmaging at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Ball over in the far hash mark. Sidelines to Dietrich's right, wide side of the field to his left. Hand off Williams, and he gets inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line before he's stopped there by McMurray defensively. And getting up from the bottom of that stack, Jackson Harris. Jackson already with a very active game defensively for McMurray.
Good game so far for Harris. Look for them to crowd the box here. You don't want the Bulldogs of Texas Lutheran to pick up the first down. So big 3rd down here for the Warhawk defense.
3rd and 5 for Texas Lutheran. They've got the ball just inside the 10-yard line of McMurray. They can actually pick up a first down without scoring a touchdown as this sequence began outside the 10-yard line. Quarterback is Dietrich. Almost stumbles, keeps his feet, wants to throw, rolls around the left side. He's knocked down at the 8-yard line. Good. Nobody was open downfield, but Murray's secondary doing a great job. Dietrich kept looking, but nobody was open, and eventually he gets knocked down at the 8-yard line. So decision time here, and it looks like the kicking team is coming in for Texas Lutheran.
Great pursuit there by the Warhawk defense. Jordan Neal talked about it, conditioning, and when you see pursuit like that, you can attribute that to conditioning, and the Warhawks showed it right there.
Kaysen comes in. He's a sophomore from Killeen. He's the holder. This is going to be a 26-yard field goal try at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Kick is on its way, and the kick is good. Our new score in the ball game with 1:31 left to go, first quarter. It's going to be Texas Lutheran 3, McMurray nothing. Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
Music for the friendly frontier. KABT-FM and HD1 Hawley Abilene is 101.7 The Patriot. The best of Texas country and rock favorites for the big country.
The school year all starts right here, under the lights. First Bank Texas is here for every drive, every dream, with checking accounts made for every student. For students 12 and up, First Student Checking builds smart habits with a debit card and your guidance from the sidelines. And as they head to college, our First College Checking gives your student the tools to manage their money and own the season. So when the final whistle blows, This season, say, that's my bank with First Bank Texas, a member of the FDIC.
Doctors and nurses are the foundation of healthcare, but it takes people from all different backgrounds, experiences, and education with unique talents and skills to fulfill our mission of providing high-quality healthcare, emphasizing excellence and compassion consistent with the healing ministry of Jesus Christ. Join our team of educators, nurses, accountants, pharmacists, environmental service techs, transporters, and more. Be part of something that matters. Be part of the mission. Apply today at hendrickhealth.org/careers.
Back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
And welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium on the campus of McMurry University. And we have 1:24 left to go in the first quarter as Texas Lutheran has taken a 3-0 lead over McMurry when the Warhawks fumbled the ball deep in their own territory. Maybe they're lucky that Texas Lutheran wound up having to settle for that field goal try. It could have been worse.
Exactly. It goes back to, bend, but don't break. Don't mind giving up 3 points with a turnover deep in their own territory like that.
Warhawks with the ball. They're going to swing the ball out to the right side. Caught. And this is going to be Xavier Williams in action. He gains a couple of yards to the 25-yard line. It's been a while since we've seen Xavier in action. He had 9 catches for 209 yards and 2 touchdowns earlier this season before he got hurt. He does gain a couple of yards on this pass play to the 25 to make it 2nd down and 8 for the McMurry Warhawks. Ball on the near hash mark. Double slot formation. Warhawks moving from left to right. Blake wants to throw, sets up in the pocket, throws downfield, pass is intercepted at the 35, to the 30, Texas Lutheran to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5, over in the far side of the field. He's knocked out of bounds inside the 5 at the 3-yard line. And coming up with that pick is going to be Justin Navarro, a junior defensive back from Edinburgh, Texas. And Dylan Blake has just thrown his 6th interception of the season. And Texas Lutheran with another golden opportunity here deep in Warhawk territory to get an even bigger lead over McMurray.
Rare mistake there by Dylan Blake. I don't think they were on the same page there. Like you always say, David, I think the receiver zigged instead of zagged, and he ended up throwing an interception, which is rare by Dylan Blake. So let's see if the Warhawks can come up with another big stop here against Texas Lutheran.
3-0 Bulldogs already in front, and they've got an opportunity here after the interception and the return inside the 5-yard line of McMurray at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Dietrich stays in the ball game at quarterback. Williams in the backfield along with him. It's going to be handoff the middle, Williams, and he's in for the touchdown. So McMurray has turned the ball over already 3 times in this ball game, and 2 of those opportunities Texas Lutheran has now taken advantage of, and they've got a 9-0 lead with a try for extra point yet to come.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for the Warhawk defense inside the 5-yard line with a first down for the Texas Lutheran to keep them out of the end zone like that. So, unfortunate here for the Warhawks.
It didn't take Texas Lutheran long to take advantage of that miscue, and the PAT kick on its way, and it is good. And with 37.4 seconds left to go, Texas Lutheran has taken some of the wind out of the McMurry Warhawks sails as they now have a 10-0 lead over McMurray. Why don't we just keep it right here at Wilford Moore Stadium for a few minutes, Chad, to reflect on the last couple of minutes of this first quarter for McMurray. The fumble and then that interception, and Texas Lutheran cashing those in for a 10-point lead.
And like I alluded to earlier, David, the turnover battle. Who's going to win the turnover battle? And so far, that favors Texas Lutheran as the Warhawks. I think that was turnover number 3, if I'm not mistaken. So you have to win the turnover battle, and the Warhawks are not winning that so far in this game.
Of course, Texas Lutheran, like McMurray coming into this game, playing really well. They, like McMurray, 4 wins, 3 losses on the year, and undefeated in conference play at 3-0. Like the Warhawks, they stumbled out of the starters gate with losses in 3 of their first 4 ball games. Bulldogs have now won 3 straight over Centenary, Hendrick, and Austin College to reach 4-3, setting up this battle for first place in the SCAC here tonight at Wilford Moore Stadium. And they've got the early upper hand with a 10-0 lead. Here's the kickoff, fielded by McMurray at the 5, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, over the far side. That's Jaden Pruitt. Look out, 40. He's to the 45-yard line, and he'll be knocked out of bounds just shy of the midfield stripe. I see no flags down, so Jaden Pruitt providing a spark for McMurray with a great return to that kickoff, and the Warhawks have a short field to work with here as they try to climb back into this ball game.
It's funny you say that, David, because you're always kind of grimacing, waiting for that flag when you have a good return, but no flags on that play on that return, and the Warhawks Warhawks are in good field position here to start this drive.
Well, Dylan Blake uncharacteristically has thrown 3 interceptions in the last 5 quarters of football. Now, like I said, last week, one of those interceptions that's sitting there, you really should put an asterisk by because it was bounced off the hands of the McMurry receiver into the waiting hands of a centenary defensive back. And now a timeout call by Jordan Neal with 28.5 seconds left to go. Interesting that he would call a timeout right now. That's the first that the Warhawks have used here in the first half of the ball game. They got 2 timeouts remaining. We'll keep it right here at Wilford Moore Stadium. So at this point, maybe Jordan just trying to ask for his players to get a little, take a deep breath. It's okay. Yes, we're down 10-0, but it's still very early in this ball game.
Yeah, I think this was actually a good timeout, David. Like you said, tell the players, calm down, take a deep breath. In fact, this is a very important drive, I think, for the Warhawks to get some confidence back, maybe put some points on the board to go into the second quarter.
Blake stays in the ball game at quarterback. Dylan, of course, was named the Offensive Player of the Week in the SCAC after going 24 of 32 for 401 yards, 4 touchdowns throwing the ball, and another touchdown rushing the ball last week in that victory over Centenary and Shreveport. Back to action here. Warhawks with a first down and 10 at their own 48-yard line, moving from left to right as you look at your radio or north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Williams, a man in motion on the right side. Blake sets up in the pocket, and he is in trouble being chased. He's going to be sacked at the 35-yard line. And they're going to lose 13 yards on that quarterback sack as the pocket finally broke down. And that's one thing about Dylan Blake this year. His pocket awareness has been very good, but the clock a quarterback is supposed to have in the back of the mind, the alarm was going off, and he hadn't reached for the off switch yet.
Yeah, like I've alluded to before, he after each game that he started, the game has slowed down for him, and he's really playing smart football, but there's just nothing he could do there. He just had too much pressure in his face.
So that's going to make it a huge loss for McMurry all the way back to their 37-yard line to pick up the first down. They've got to get to the 42 of Texas Lutheran. So it's second down and 23 needed for the first down for the Warhawks. They're on the move from left to right. 3 wide receivers out wide to the right side. Single wide receiver out wide to the left. Swing pass complete for the Warhawks. And making the catch, small gain on the play after the 40-yard line. And making that catch for the Warhawks is going to be Tedrick Williams. And that will be the end of the first quarter of the ball game. At the end of the first quarter, our score remains Texas Lutheran 10, McMurry nothing. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Hey, my name is Justice, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Nuggets Trays.
Well, I'd be lying if I said I thought this was going to happen.
Boys over, Chick-fil-A turnovers. You bite into it, it's juicy. You know, you got flavors popping. Oh yeah, on any DAYCFA.
Hey y'all, my name is Soraya, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is how easy it is. That convenience of being able to order through the app is just unmatched. When I place that tray down, those nuggets won't be there for long. Everyone loves them.
The school year all starts right here under the lights. First Bank Texas is here for every drive, every dream, with checking accounts made for every student. For students 12 and up, First Student Checking builds smart habits with a debit card and your guidance from the sidelines. And as they head to college, our First College Checking gives your student the tools to manage their money and own the season. So when the final whistle blows, this season say, that's my bank with First Bank Texas, a member of the FDIC.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
We start the second quarter with Texas Lutheran leading 10-0 as McMurry throws the ball out to the right side. Pass complete to Tedrick Williams coming out of the backfield, but only a minor gain on the play makes it 4th down and long, and the Warhawks will have to punt for the second time. Trailing right now 10-0 to Texas Lutheran here as the sun is setting in West Texas as we're playing college football on a Saturday night.
Yeah, Dylan Blake had his outlet there, Tedrick Williams, but Tedrick wasn't able to turn up field for much yardage at all. So here the Warhawks on 4th down are set to punt the ball.
Well, the Warhawks are having trouble getting on track offensively. Of course, Texas Lutheran's defense might be playing a big role in that as well. But still lots of time left in this ball game as we start the second quarter. Here's the punt by Jax Rodriguez. High kick, sort of a knuckleball. Takes a McMurry roll inside the 30. A flag is thrown. Ball will keep rolling close to the 20-yard line.
They're going to have kick-catch interference on this call.
The flag was thrown here at the 33-yard line as we start the second quarter with Texas Lutheran leading by a score of 10-0 over the Warhawks here. And Texas Lutheran with a hot hand already in this ball game, taking advantage of two McMurry turnovers to cash in to get these 10 points on the board in the first quarter of the ball game.
Rare mistake there by special teams with a kick-catch interference call. Going to move the ball all the way out to the 48-yard line.
Well, good field position for Dietrich, the quarterback. We got so used to seeing Basenko all those years playing quarterback for Texas Lutheran. Caden Basenko, who's a redshirt junior from San Antonio. But Dietrich is playing well, and he's helped the Bulldogs take advantage of McMurray mistakes to take this 10-0 lead. And they've got a first down and 10 here at the Bulldog 48-yard line to start this drive. And now there's movement along the line. McMurray nose tackle jumped over, and that will be another penalty against the Warhawks. So what was first and 10 will become first and 5. So already 20 yards in penalties against McMurray, and that
you got to win the penalty battle too.
For some, they don't seem quite into this game yet. For some reason, they're just not firing all of the cylinders that we've seen during this 4-game winning streak, but it hadn't kicked into gear just quite yet. First and 5 now for Texas Lutheran at the 47-yard line of McMurray after that 5-yard penalty for offsides. Dietrich's pass, alley-oop down the near sideline. He's got his man at the 10. He cuts inside, touchdown, Texas Lutheran. Wonderful over-the-shoulder catch there by Henry, a sophomore from San Antonio, and Texas Lutheran has jumped its lead to 16-0 with a try for extra point yet to come, and it's a shell-shocked McMurray Warhawk football team right now as they have seen Texas Lutheran take advantage of these McMurray mistakes to take this 3-score lead.
There was great coverage downfield, David, but there's not much you can do about that. Dietrich placed that ball perfectly downfield for the Bulldogs and the touchdown.
Augustine in to attempt the extra point right now at the south end of Wilfred Moore Stadium. 14:26 left to go here in the second quarter. And that drive was set up by back-to-back penalties, totaling 20 yards against McMurray. Then they go with the deep bomb to get into the end zone. And the kick on its way, the kick is good. Our new score in the ball game, it's now Texas Lutheran 17, McMurray nothing. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
When you just need some good pizza, head to Pizza House at 212 North 1st and Clyde, the former Clyde Fire Station, where they're firing up all your favorite pizza classics. Plus, try their Popper Pizza or order with a gluten-free or cauliflower crust. They also specialize in breadsticks and salads. Since 1990, it's Pizza House. His legacy in Clyde. Phone your order in at 325-893-4141. Open 11 to 7, closed Monday through Wednesday. Pizza House in Clyde. 325-893-4141.
Medicare can help lower healthcare costs for people with disabilities and those 65 and older. Open enrollment for Medicare ends December 7th. Call 800-252-9240 now. The Medicare helpline is available to answer enrollment questions. Call 800-252-9240 for more information. This message is sponsored by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
And you're listening to Warhawk football here tonight on The Patriot, but it's not good right now for the Warhawks. They're trailing 17-0 as a bunch of McMurray mistakes have just piled up against them, and Texas Lutheran playing opportunistic football to take this 17-0 lead. And the Warhawks, after a good return by Pruitt, will have the ball with a first down and 10 out of their own 33-yard line. Warhawks moving from right to left as you look at your radio, or from south to north here at Wilfred Moore Stadium. Swing pass to the left side. The receiver for McMurry eludes tacklers, gets across the 30 to about the 32-yard line, and that's Xavier Williams who makes the catch, but only gained about a yard or so on that pass play, and it will be now second down and long for the Warhawks at their own 33-yard line.
Yeah, they've had a lot of success with that swing pass, David, in the weeks past, but they just can't seem to get that swing pass going and pick up positive yards. So we'll see if they can make some adjustments here.
13:54 left to go, second quarter. Bad snap. Plate picks it up. Now he goes the deep pass to Chandler along the near sideline, and they're going to say an incomplete pass. Chandler was pushed out of bounds, but even if he had made the catch, he would have been out of bounds to begin with. The official did not throw a flag, which raises the ire of the McMurry fans.
A lot of contact downfield there, David. I thought there should have been a flag.
But even if he had made the catch, though, Channy would have been out of bounds. So I can see why the referee swallowed the whistle on that one. So it makes it third down and 10. The Warhawks trying to go for the big strike to Thomas Chandler. Now the Warhawks facing a third down and 10 from their own 33-yard line. Double slot formation, Plake in the ball game and quarterback. Warhawks just need something to spark them right now. Plake takes the snap. Inside pitch. This is Corey Lane. He fumbles the ball, but he falls on his own loose ball at the 33-yard line. That ball just popped loose as he was trying to make his spin move at the 33-yard line. Luckily, he fell on it, but the result is a 3-and-out. McMurry will have to punt the ball away to this red-hot unit of offense for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, that was a dangerous shovel pass, too. There was a lot of traffic there, so luckily the Warhawks were able to secure the ball, and even though it brings up a fourth down, at least they didn't give up field position here.
Well, that's now 4 turnovers in this ball game. McMurry has lost 3 of those 4, and that's one of the reasons why Texas Lutheran has built up this 17-0 lead with 13:28 left to go here in the second quarter. Here's the punt by Jax Rodriguez. Line drive tumbling kick. Takes a McMurry hop over the return man, and it rolls to the 20-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 there. Now it's the McMurry defensive unit, which will have to find a way to stop Dietrich and this Bulldog offense, which has built up this 17-0 lead over McMurry.
Yeah, you really can't give up any more points in the first half here. Otherwise, the mountain just keeps getting higher and higher for a comeback. They need to stop here and at least put some points on the board before going into halftime.
Of course, we got this game going on tonight here in Abilene between Texas Lutheran and McMurry, the two teams coming in tied for first place in the SCAC. Elsewhere today in the SCAC, Lyon College is playing at Austin College in Sherman, and Centenary going up to Arkansas to play at Hendrix College. And, of course, Hendrix will be here next Saturday afternoon for McMurray's final home game of this regular season. First down and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 20-yard line. Dietrich with the handoff to Williams, left side, and he'll be brought down after a gain of a yard or so out to the 22-yard line. Good play there by McMurray to plug up that gap, and that will now make it second down and long. Look at those Dude West. Xavier Rodriguez who make the tackle, number 13. And they'll give him forward progress to the 23-yard line. Second down and 7 now for Texas Lutheran. Bulldogs on the move from left to right as you look at your radio, and they have the ball over on the far hash mark. They're moving north to south here at Wilfred Moore Stadium. The wind has died down completely. Temperature is supposed to get down to the mid-50s later tonight, but just a delightful night for football weather-wise here. And Texas Lutheran, it's delightful for those fans from Seguin as their team is leading 17-0. Pass is going to be complete, but a small gain on the play to the 25-yard line. Or did he drop the ball over there? He dropped the ball. It's good defensive play by the Warhawks to knock it out of the receiver's hands. Even if he had made the catch, Chad, it would have been a minimal gain.
Exactly, and that was another good play there by Xavier Rodriguez again on the defensive side of the ball for the Warhawks.
So 3rd and 13, the McMurry fans trying to rally the defensive troops here. Maybe they can force the Bulldogs into a 3-and-out. Dietrich awaiting the snap.
Warhawks showing blitz.
12:23 left to go, second quarter. 17-0 Bulldogs with the lead over the Warhawks. Double slot formation for Texas Lutheran. Here comes the blitz. Dietrich goes with the pass down the near sideline. It's going to be off the fingertips of the intended receiver. Oh, man, that would have been a backbreaker for McMurray if he had held that one inside the 40-yard line. But it is an incomplete pass. And McMurray's defense does its job. They forced a 3-and-out, and so the Warhawk offense will get the ball back.
Just a little too much under the ball there for Jamar. I think it was Jamar Williams. Get that young man's name right. Jamar Nichols was the intended receiver.
So the punter for Texas Lutheran is standing back inside the Bulldog 10-yard line at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Single safety here, awaiting the punt for McMurry at the Warhawk 42-yard line. He drops the punt. Ball down to the ground, and it'll be a chance here for the Warhawks as he does get the punt off.
I don't know how he got that punt off.
I thought he was going to be tackled for a loss back here at the 10-yard line. But he got the punt off, but it was a short punt, and the Warhawks will have the ball at the 42-yard line. Best field position for McMurry to start a drive with this ball game as they try to climb out of this 17-0 hole.
I thought he got tackled with the ball, and somehow he got that punt off.
Is that a flag down here at the 10-yard line?
Yeah, it looks like there is a penalty. Surely it can't be roughing the punter.
Yeah, I think that's a flag down there at the 10-yard line. Well, the officials are talking this one over. McMurry out of this will still get good field position to start the drive with exactly 12 minutes showing on the first half clock.
See what we got here.
Well, Jordan Neal he can't believe the call. And now the official is coming over to the near sideline to explain to the coach what's going on. I thought they had tackled him at the 10-yard line after a bad snap. Somehow he got that punt off.
Like they're going to...
They're going to do a re-kick? They're going to put the ball at the 28-yard line. McMurray maybe offsides. Jordan Neal is not a happy camper along the near sideline as the official is explaining what's going on. But the Texas Lutheran's punting team is back out on the field, and they'll be punting now from the 28-yard line.
Not sure what the call is here, David.
It must have been a penalty against McMurray for offsides.
Yeah, because they moved the ball up 5 yards.
So an odd sequence here.
Yeah.
So just pretend that didn't happen a few minutes ago. Reboot will do this again. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah. Love it.
Texas Lutheran, leading 17-0, will punt for a second time after a 5-yard penalty against McMurray. Now the line of scrimmage is the 28-yard line. Warhawks should still come out of this with good field position. Single safety back deep at the Warhawk 35-yard line, awaiting the kick by Texas Lutheran. First place in the SCAC will go to the winner of tonight's ball game. Here is the kick, line drive, fielded by McMurray at the 30, 35, 40, tripped up, maintains his feet, gets out close to the 50-yard line. A nice return from McMurray on a line drive kick, and actually the return man doing a nice job, but it looked like he might have been tripped up inside the 45 to maintain his feet long enough to get past the 45-yard line, and the Warhawks with good field position to start this drive at their own 47-yard line.
Yeah, that was a great return there by Trey Alvarez to put the Warhawks in good field position here to start this drive.
Dylan Blake in the ball game at quarterback. Williams and Card go wide to the right side of the slot formation. Chandler out wide to the left, but that's the short side of the field with the ball in the near hash mark. Warhawks moving from right to left as you look at your radio, or from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium. 4 down lineman for Texas Lutheran. Pass complete. Carmelis Card. He's into Lutheran territory to the 47-yard line. Gain of 6 yards on that pass play. He couldn't get out of the grasp of a tackler. That was a good open field tackle, but the Warhawks still pick up positive yardage to make it 2nd and 5.
And that's what you want. You want to get in a rhythm here, get some completed passes under your belt, get in a rhythm, and put some yards downfield here.
Now 2 wide receivers out wide to the left, which is the wide side of the field. Hand off to Tedrick Williams, trying to turn the corner, does so. He's inside the 45 to the 43-yard line. Nice gain. That might be enough for the Warhawks for a first down.
Looks like it is going to be a first down.
They're going to spot the ball at the 43. They move the sticks. So a first down for McMurray. You got to start with small victories, so That's a good one to get the first down.
Get a little confidence here. Like I said, string together a few good plays, positive yardage, like you said, and hopefully come up with some points here before halftime.
First down and 10 for the Warhawks at the 43-yard line of Texas Lutheran. Chandler on the left side. They're going to throw, pass complete to Chandler, and a tough couple of yards there. Makes a grab, does gain 3 yards on that pass play. Chandler, McMurray's top receiver, with 46 catches for 747 yards and 6 touchdowns, and that might be his first catch of the night.
Yeah, Thomas Chandler has had a great few games here, and I was not speaking with him at the press conference Wednesday.
So a gain of 3 makes it 2nd down and 7. Warhawks with the ball at the 40-yard line of Texas Lutheran. Plake's pass complete. Card at the 35-yard line. Sidesteps defenders, falls forward to the 29-yard line. Nice juke move there to pick up 5 more yards. That yak category that you like, yards after catch. And that moves the sticks for another first down for McMurray.
Yak is so important. Catch the ball, make a couple of defenders miss after contact, get that yards after catch. So important coming into this ball game.
So the Warhawks now with a double slot formation, the ball squarely in the middle of the field in relation to the sidelines. 9:45 left to go, first half. 17-0, Texas Lutheran with the lead as they've taken advantage of several McMurray mistakes to build this 3-score lead. Now the Warhawks trying to come from behind. Plake's throw to the near sideline, up in the air. Great catch by Jaden Pruitt at the 15-yard line. The receiver made that catch with a defensive back all over him, hung on, moved the sticks, another first down for McMurray.
And again, great coaching, getting your hands out in front of you, not letting the ball get into your body where it can bounce around and all kinds of stuff. Great, strong catch there by Williams on that play.
There's going to be a first down from McMurray. They've got the ball at the 16-yard line, so the Warhawks down the red zone of Texas Lutheran. Hand off Tedrick Williams, and he'll be chopped down for a loss on the play back to the 19-yard line. He cut to the left, nothing there, cut back to the right, but that gave the Bulldog defense a chance to bring him down from behind. And now it's 2nd down and 13, and the Warhawks are playing from behind the sticks.
Good correction. That was Jaden Pruitt on that last catch before Williams carried the ball there. Great catch there by Pruitt, getting his hands out there and making a great catch.
Yeah, Pruitt coming into the ball game, Chad, with 17 catches for 144 yards. Another one of those guys who've stepped up due to the injuries to Xavier Williams earlier this year and Cason O'Shields, and taking advantage of that extra playing time. Plake throws across the middle of the field. Pass is going to be incomplete, and now a flag is thrown. They intended it for the tight end, Rhett Butler. It looked like a middle screen, but there's a flag down at the 20-yard line, so let's see what that's all about. Stopping the clock with 8:25 left to go here in the first half.
Yeah, they were trying to set up the middle screen there. Just couldn't quite get it to Rhett Butler, and this may be an illegal man downfield. Sometimes when you have those screen plays, the offensive linemen like to get downfield a little too quickly, but we'll see what the call is here.
It is a long discussion here inside the 20-yard line at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Good crowd to cap off family weekend here at McMurray. Here comes the official to explain what the call is. No penalty. They're going to say just an incomplete pass. Makes it now 3rd down and 14 for McMurray. Warhawks really need to get some points out of this possession, even if it's a field goal, just to get something positive after taking some real punches to the gut here earlier in the first half of this ball game, as Texas Lutheran has got a 17-0 lead. 3rd and 13 now for McMurray. And now a timeout call by Jordan Neal. Stops the clock with 8:25 left to go. Warhawks have got 1 timeout remaining in the first half. We'll keep it right here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Warhawks taking on Texas Lutheran. Both teams right now 3-0 in conference play. Winner of this game will claim sole possession of the lead with 1 more game left in the regular season. And then, of course, in 2 weeks, everybody will be meeting up at Little Rock at War Memorial Stadium for the SCAC Championship Weekend, which is, I think, a fun way to close out the regular season for a Division III football league, where the number 5 seed will play the number 6 seed at 11 o'clock on Saturday the 15th. Then the 3 and 4 seeds will play at 3 in the afternoon. And then 1 and 2 will decide the conference championship Saturday night in Little Rock.
Yeah, that should be a fun trip, David. Looking forward to that. Hopefully the Warhawks are the number 1 seed.
Warhawks after tonight will have 1 more home game left on the regular season schedule. That'll be at 1 o'clock next Saturday afternoon when Hendrix College will be here, the Warriors, which is where Jordan Neal was an assistant coach before he took the job as the head coach at McMurray. So 3rd and 13, back to playing time now. The Warhawks with only 1 timeout remaining in the first half of this ball game. And they've got a 3rd and 14 at the 19-yard line of Texas Lutheran. Man in motion on the left side is Carmelis Card. Blake setting up, throws into the left side of the end zone. Is that a great catch by Thomas Chandler? Did he hang on to the ball? No, he did not. Oh, we're so used to seeing him make acrobatic catches in the end zone. But now the Warhawks will settle for a field goal try as Rodriguez comes in. He is 7 of 8 on field goal tries this year. And this will be in the vicinity of about a 35-yard try on a night when the wind has died down completely.
Yeah, Thomas Chandler really had a chance that ball was just a little bit too much for him.
They're going to spot this just inside the 27-yard line at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. So this will be a 37-yard field goal try. Rodriguez, who's missed only one field goal all season long. The snap, the spot, the kick is on its way, and the kick is good. And the Warhawks get on the scoreboard with 8:14 left to go. Our new score, Texas Lutheran 17, McMurry 3. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Ready for internet you don't have to babysit? West Tex Connect delivers fast, steady speeds day and night. Whole home Wi-Fi that wipes out dead zones and straightforward pricing. No teaser games, no bill shop. Plus, when you need help, local techs answer fast and fix it right. Call 325-673-1930 or visit WTConnect.com.
West Tex Connect. Hello there. My name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickle. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is every single time you take a bite, you know you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches. There's no touching it.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Here's the kickoff return by Texas Lutheran, still on his feet to the 15, to the 20, 25-30, down the far sideline, 35-40, still on his feet to the 50, 45-40, 35-30, 25-20, 15-10-5. That is going to be a touchdown for Texas Lutheran. A kickoff return of 90-plus yards. Just as the Warhawks thought they had climbed into this ballgame, they give up a touchdown on special teams on a big kickoff return by Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, they had good coverage initially downfield, but he was able to find the sideline and just take it all the way to the house there for the Bulldogs.
Wow, what a turn of events right there for McMurry when it looked like they were scratching and clawing their way back into this ball game, and then watch Texas Lutheran return a kickoff 90-plus yards to take the lead up to 23-3 with the try for extra point yet to come. 7:56 showing on the second quarter clock here at Wilford Moore Stadium. The snap, the spot, the kick is on its way, and the kick is good. And our new score in the ballgame, Texas Lutheran, once again with a 3-score lead at 24-3 over McMurry. That happened so suddenly, Chad. Let's catch our breath for a moment or two and talk about what this means for McMurry. At this point, you can't afford any more mistakes. You've still got most of the second quarter still left. You've got all of the second half. And McMurray's offense has shown that they can put up points, but you've got to stop making mistakes. And that's what McMurray has been just riddled with so far tonight. They've turned the ball over. Well, they've lost 3 turnovers. There was a fourth one that they recovered themselves. You allowed a long kickoff return just as you thought you were getting a little momentum going. It's just been one of those nights for McMurray. They've just been snake bit.
Yeah, you got to take care of the football and win the turnover battle, and they're not doing that so far. You've got to take care of the football. You've got to eliminate the penalties. And like you said, David, they've got to pretty much play a perfect game from here on out.
And Texas Lutheran, now these two teams have played some dillies down through the last couple of years. And right now, Texas Lutheran taking it to the Warhawks. Here's the kickoff by the Bulldogs. High end over end kick, field to the 15-yard line with return to the 20, to the 25-yard line. This is Jaden Pruitt, and he is on his feet out close to the 45-yard line. see where they mark him out of bounds along the near sideline, but not a bad return for McMurry, as they'll have pretty good field position to start this drive from their own 41-yard line. We're almost exactly midway through the second quarter with the Bulldogs leading 24-3 over McMurray here at Wilford Moore Stadium tonight.
Yeah, another good return there by Pruitt. So let's see what the Warhawks can do. Make some adjustments here, get some completions downfield, get some rhythm going in the offense, and hopefully put some points on the board before halftime.
One thing Texas Lutheran has done, they've taken the McMurray crowd, which was pretty boisterous at the start. They've taken them out of the game completely as it stands right now. So it's going to be first down and 10. McMurray with the ball at its own 42-yard line. Inside pitch. This is Carmelo's card. Cuts upfield. He'll gain a couple of yards to the 44-yard line. He started out as a slot back on the left side, took the jet sweep around the right side, cut upfield, gained a couple of yards on that play to make it second down and 9 needed for the first down.
Yeah, they've had a lot of success with that jet sweep, but they haven't been able to quite get it going so far today.
So it's going to be second down and 9. Warhawks with the ball at their own 43-yard line. They're moving from right to left as you look at your radio. And they've got a triangle formation of 3 wide receivers out wide of the left side, which is the wide side of the field, with the ball over on the far hash mark. And they're in there for blocking. This is to Tedrick Williams to the 45 to the 50. He carries tacklers with him out of bounds to about the 42-yard line. That'll be a first down. But is that a flag I see over on the far side of the field at the 44-yard line? Evidently, it must have been against Texas Lutheran, because they're going to head and move the first down marker, and they picked up the flag.
Now, they still are finding success with those swing passes, David. They're able to make those swing passes and pick up big yardage. So look for them to keep doing that throughout this game and open up some things downfield.
First down and 10 for the Warhawks at the 42-yard line. Chandler, the man in motion on the right side, which is the wide side of the field. McMurray with the pass complete to him. Chandler to the 40, to the 35, up the middle of the field. Look out. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Thomas Chandler for the Warhawks.
That's what you want to see. They got that swing pass on the other side of Chandler. He was able to make a few people miss and get that all-important yards after contact and yards after catch for the touchdown for the Warhawks.
And that brought the McMurray crowd back into the ball game. That's the first touchdown pass of the night for Dylan Blake. That's his 14th of the season. And with 6:37 left to go, McMurray gets his first touchdown on the board this evening. And for the extra point, this is Jax Rodriguez. We're scrimmaging at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. So the McMurray offense does its part as they come up with that little short pass that results in a long touchdown for Thomas Chandler, the young man from Waco. PAT kick on its way, and the kick is good. Our new score in the ball game: Texas Lutheran 24, McMurray 10. Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
KBTFM and HD1 Holly Abilene is America's best tunes for Abilene, Texas. 101.7 The Patriot.
Restaurant and Event Center. Look them up on their website at PotosiLive.com and see what great entertainment is coming your way. You can also check out the menu and if you see what they have to offer, you'll definitely be taking your family to Potosi Live. Potosi Live, 897 FM 1750 Avenue. Number one, live music venue.
The school year all starts right here, under the lights. First Bank Texas is here for every drive, every dream, with checking accounts made for every student. For students 12 and up, First Student Checking builds smart habits with a debit card and your guidance from the sidelines. And as they head to college, our First College Checking gives your student the tools to manage their money and own the season. So when the final whistle blows, this season say, that's my bank with First Bank Texas, a member of the FDIC.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
And welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium on the campus. There we go. I'm sorry. Computers are a little mystery to me every once in a while. But anyway, there's the kickoff return by the Texas Lutheran Bulldogs as McMurray has gotten on the scoreboard with their first touchdown of the evening on the touchdown pass from Dylan Blake to Thomas Chandler. And the Texas Lutheran lead is 24-10 as the Bulldogs get the ball back with 6:33 left to go here in the second quarter.
Yeah, and David, the Warhawks aren't out of this ball game. Well, we see that they're finding a little bit of rhythm on offense, and if the defense can come up with a few big stops here, the Warhawks are right back in this ball game.
So first down and 10 for Texas Lutheran. They have the ball at their own 25-yard line. They're moving from left to right. Handoff up the middle. Ball carrier bounces to the outside. He's across the 30. This is Williams to the 31-yard line. And helping make the tackle for the McMurry Warhawks, that's going to be Major Kimbrough, a sophomore defensive line from Franklin, Texas. But not before it's a gain of 7 yards for the ball carrier for Texas Lutheran. Both these teams coming in playing really well. McMurry riding a 4-game winning streak. Texas Lutheran a 3-game winning streak. Both teams undefeated in conference play at 3-0. Squaring off tonight here with one more game left in the regular season next Saturday. Another running play for Texas Lutheran with the Warhawks ready for this one. And they bring the ball carrier down for a loss on the play. That's going to be Dude West from his linebacker position stepping up to make the stop. West, 3.5 tackles for losses, 1 forced fumble to go along with 19 tackles this year. And that now makes it 3rd and 3 for Texas Lutheran here at their own 32-yard line.
Good push by the big guys up front, and Dude West finishes that play off. They're keeping Torrey Brooks tonight in check so far. Let's hope they can continue that throughout this game.
Well, that touchdown pass to Thomas Chandler waking up the McMurry fans. Now the quarterback runs with the ball, and he's going to be close for first down yardage. It looked like he wanted to throw the ball, but nobody was open, so he elected to carry the mail himself. And the downs marker indicates he's a yard short of what they need for the first down.
I thought he picked up the first down, but good for the Warhawks that he didn't, so we'll see what they do here.
This is interesting. Dietrich is staying in the ball game, and this is at the 34-yard line of Texas Lutheran. They lead the game 24-10. We've got less than 5 minutes left to go here in the second quarter. And it is 4th down and 1 at the 34-yard line of Texas Lutheran.
Look for Texas Lutheran to go with a hard count here, maybe draw the Warhawks offside.
Well, the McMurry fans are a bit more vocal. Now they're going to go ahead and send to the punt team.
They're going to think about it.
Evidently a timeout called. It looked like it was Texas Lutheran that called the timeout. It was Texas Lutheran. So we have 4:33 left to go here in the first half of the ball game.
If the Warhawks could hold them here on 4th down, flip the field, that would be a big momentum boost for the Warhawks.
It would be, and if they could get something more on the scoreboard to even have more momentum going into the second half of this ball game. It was early mistakes by McMurry that helped set up those 24 points for Texas Lutheran they've got on the scoreboard. First 10 points thanks to McMurry turnovers. And then there was a long touchdown pass. And then there was a kickoff return for a touchdown after McMurry kicked its first field goal of the evening, which at the time cut the lead down to 17-3. It became 24-3. But now it's 24-10 in favor of Texas Lutheran as the Warhawks responded with that touchdown pass to Thomas Chandler.
This is a big play for the Warhawk defense, David. It looks like they are going to go for it, so we'll see what happens here.
Dietrich's going to run the option, cuts upfield. He's got it, cuts back inside. He's to the 38-yard line, and that's a first down. They looked like they were running that option play to the near sideline, and then they saw an opening on the inside, cut in, and that will be a first down. That'll move the stick. So Texas Lutheran rolling the dice, and they come up a winner there to get the first down and keep the ball away from McMurry. So it'll be first down and 10 for Texas Lutheran at their own 38-yard line. They're moving from north to south or left to right as you look at your radio. Ball squarely in the middle of the field in relation to the sidelines. Double slot formation. 3 down linemen for McMurry. Quarterback goes with a deep pass down the far sideline. He's got a man there, and he just overthrows him. Wow, McMurray needs to take a deep sigh of relief there because he had a full 5 yards on the McMurray defender, and the quarterback just overthrew him at the 20. He would have glided in for an easy touchdown for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, he was wide open going down the sideline there. Like you said, the Warhawks can breathe a sigh of relief because you don't get much more open than that, David.
3:51 left to go here in the first half of the ball game. Second down and 10 for Texas Lutheran, leading 24-10 over the Warhawks in this battle for first place in the SCAC tonight. Line of scrimmage is the 38-yard line of Texas Lutheran. They run their version of the jet sweep. He's at the 45, close for first down yardage as he cuts back inside. Took that handoff. He was a slot back on the right side, and now a late flag is thrown after the play is over. So we have a dead ball penalty of some variety coming up at the conclusion of this play.
Yeah, we'll see. Texas Lutheran is indicating that it's against the Warhawks, but everybody always points fingers. And there they are walking it off against the Warhawks.
Well, it is a personal foul for 15 yards against McMurray for unnecessary roughness. So that tacks on additional yardage. And now it's first down and 10 for Texas Lutheran at the 35-yard line of McMurray. So it'll be first down and 10 now for Texas Lutheran, leading by 14 points with 3:35 left to go here in the second quarter. Dietrich wants to throw to the near sideline. Pass is going to be incomplete inside the 25-yard line, and that'll stop the clock with 3:29 left to go here in the first half of the ball game. And now the Bulldogs are facing a second down and 10 at the McMurray 36-yard line.
Yeah, good thing the quarterback was off cue there, because Zach Mitchell fell down on that play. That could have been another catch and touchdown for the Bulldogs.
Ball over on the far hash mark, so the sidelines are to Dietrich's left, wide side of the field to his right. 3 wide receivers out wide to the right side, single wide receiver out wide to the left. Running play here up the middle. The Warhawks bring him down for no gain on the play. Excellent penetration there by Dylan Davis, who led that defense. It's a gain of only 1 yard on that running play. That makes it now 3rd and 9 for Texas Lutheran at the 35 of McMurray.
Yeah, big third down here for the Warhawk defense. I think they are out of field goal range here, so this is a big down. This is probably 4-down territory, if I were to guess, for the Bulldogs. So Warhawks need 2 stops here to get the ball back.
Well, the McMurray fans, who were silent for a good chunk of the first half of this ball game, but they're getting more vocal right now, showing their support for the Warhawks. 3rd and 9 for Texas Lutheran at the 35-yard line of McMurray. Ball over on the far hash mark. 3 down linemen for McMurray. Dietrich wants to throw. Good protection. Pass is going to be caught. That'll be a first down at the 25-yard line. Gain of 10 yards on that pass play, and that'll move the sticks. And he was good for that first down by a yard, so he knew where the sticks were and got that catch to move the sticks, and another first down for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, it was just a good route there by Caleb Camarillo for Texas Lutheran. It was good coverage, but an even better route there by Texas Lutheran.
We approach the 2-minute timeout. First down and 10. Texas Lutheran with the ball at the 25-yard line of McMurray. Running play here. Ball carrier up the middle. Gains 2 tough yards into the middle of the meat grinder. Dorian LeBlanc in on that tackle. And they'll give him a gain of a couple of yards as we hit the 2-minute timeout. Our score remains Texas Lutheran 24, McMurray 10, and Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray Warhawk football with David McGinn and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Doctors and nurses are the foundation of healthcare, but it takes people from all different backgrounds, experiences, and education with unique talents and skills to fulfill our mission of providing high-quality healthcare, emphasizing excellence and compassion consistent with the healing ministry of Jesus Christ. Join our team of educators, nurses, accountants, pharmacists, environmental service techs, transporters, and more. Be part of something that matters. Be part of the mission. Apply today at hendrickhealth.org/careers.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is every single time you take a bite, you know you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches. There's no touching it.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium. 2nd down and 6 now for Texas Lutheran. They swing the ball out to the left side. The ball is caught inside the 20 to about the 16-yard line. It'll now be 3rd and short yardage for Texas Lutheran in the red zone at the south end here of Wilford Moore Stadium. And we've got a downed Warhawk down here on the field at the 23-yard line. We'll have to see who that is on the turf down here, but we've got an injury timeout stopping the clock with 1:50 left to go.
Hopefully he can just walk this off. It looks like he might have maybe got a helmet to the leg or the knee.
And it will be a 3rd down and 2. Let's see, at the McMurry 17-yard line. Dietrich in the ball game at quarterback. He's joined by Brooks and Williams in the backfield on this 3rd down and 2 play. And the quarterback on a handoff to the left side, and this is going to be the running play. He is close to those sticks over on the far sideline. Was he able to turn the corner and pick up the 1st down? Let's see where they spot the ball. And it looks like
maybe a little bit short.
About a yard, about 2 feet short of what they need. So it's 4th down and decision time for Texas Lutheran. More importantly, the clock is rolling, and McMurry, remember, has only 1 timeout remaining. It'll be, go ahead, Chad.
I was saying it's a good 4th down and 2, so maybe the Warhawks can, make a big stop here.
We're scrimmaging at the south end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Lutheran with the ball at the inside the red zone of McMurray.
Oh, they're going to think about it.
And so a timeout called by Texas Lutheran. We'll keep it right here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Like we've been saying, both these teams are tied for first place in the SCAC. Starting play tonight, both teams undefeated in conference play at 3-0 records. So the winner takes sole possession of first place with a victory and gains the inside track to the number 1 seed for the SCAC championship weekend in 2 weeks from now at the War Memorial Stadium in Little Rock, Arkansas. Last year, these two teams at the double round robin, they split. McMurry won the game here at Wilford Moore Stadium, and then Texas Lutheran won the ball game at Seguin. And what was a strange afternoon for McMurray, an afternoon they just never were in sync the whole afternoon. And McMurray played 9 solid ball games last year. The one and only game that was sort of, where did that come from, was the game in Seguin against Texas Lutheran.
Exactly, and we were there for that game, and we just we couldn't figure out what was going on there.
And then the year before, in 2023, McMurray scored with 3 seconds left to win 36-33. They've been behind the whole game and rallied to win.
See if the Warhawks can come up with a big stop here.
4th down. Texas Lutheran's going to go for it at the 16-yard line of McMurray. Running play up the middle. No. This is going to be Brooks, close to the 15-yard line.
I don't think he got it.
The officials have not indicated. Still waiting.
The line judge came up, and from where he was, I don't think he picked it up.
Yeah, all the McMurray players are pointing that they've got it. The officials have yet to give us any kind of an indication down here who has the ball. And it looks like we might have some kind of a measurement. The nose of the ball is just shy of the 15-yard line at the south end of Wilford Moore Stadium. And they're going to give the ball over to McMurray. And the McMurray defense does its job. They had to put out a microscope to make sure that that was not a first down for Texas Lutheran. But McMurray's defensive unit does its job. And the Warhawks, with 1:26 and 1 timeout remaining, have a chance here maybe to turn the tables a little bit on Texas Lutheran and gain a little momentum going into halftime.
Kind of reminds you of that NFL game. I think it was they used a piece of paper or whatever it was.
That was the Cowboys versus the Raiders.
Yeah.
That was a Sunday night football game. I remember that. By the way, at halftime, our special guest will be Lorenzo Segura, who's the head men's soccer coach at McMurray, wrapping up his first full season as the head coach. So we'll be hearing from him at halftime. First out of 10 for the Warhawks here. Plate throws to the near sideline. Pass is caught at the 20-yard line, but was it an interception or an incomplete pass? The officials are going to talk this over at the 20-yard line. Texas Lutheran is acting like they've come up with the interception. That would be the 4th turnover if this is one thrown by McMurray, and it is an interception. Dylan Blake has thrown his 2nd interception of the half and his 4th in the last 2 weeks, and that's the 4th turnover that McMurray has lost here in the first half of this ballgame. And one of the reasons why they're trailing 24-10 with 1:21 left to go, and now they've given the Bulldogs a golden opportunity to open up an even bigger lead. We were hoping to see McMurray get some momentum going into halftime. Instead, it's the Bulldogs will have that opportunity.
Yeah, he was trying to hit the slant route there, but just what the timing was just a little bit off.
Dietrich in the ball game at quarterback. First down and 10 for Texas Lutheran and the McMurry 20-yard line after the second interception thrown in the first half by Dylan Blake, who up to this point in the season been really good protecting the ball. Now Dietrich throws to the near sideline. Is going to be incomplete along the right side. And the officials, luckily for McMurray, sort of swallowing a whistle as one of the defensive backs put an elbow into the side of that receiver as he's trying to make that grab along the corner of the end zone. It was too tall for him, so it makes it second down and 10.
Yeah, there was a lot of contact downfield there, but luckily for the Warhawks, they didn't get the defensive PI on that call.
Williams stays in the ball game at running back. Dietrich looks to the far sideline to get the signal from the Texas Lutheran coaching staff. Second down and 10 for Texas Lutheran at the 20-yard line of McMurray after the Warhawks coughed the ball up once again on a turnover. Play action, pass complete to a big tight end. He'll only gain a couple of yards to inside the 20 to about the 16-yard line. Boy, McMurray had a lot of bodies down there, and that receiver, a big receiver, a tight end, wasn't able to do much with that ball. He did gain a couple of positive yards, and I hear a whistle to stop the clock with 1:03 left to go here in the first half.
Yeah, hopefully the Warhawks can come up with another big stop here because they'll get the ball to start the second half. Need to hold Texas Lutheran to at least a field goal attempt here.
So it's going to be now a third down play. Third and 6 needed for the first down for Texas Lutheran at the 18-yard line of McMurray. And Jordan Neal talking to the official along the near sideline. And now a timeout call by Texas Lutheran.
Yeah,
this is a confusing sequence of events right now.
Jordan is not happy.
And he is really lecturing that official along the near sideline over obviously a missed call that he feels that benefited Texas Lutheran. And you rarely see Jordan go on one of those kind of rants, but he's on one right now along the near sideline.
He is very animated.
24-10 is our score. Texas Lutheran with the lead. 1:03 left to go here in the first half of the ball game. And the Warhawks will be back here at Wilfred Moore Stadium next Saturday afternoon. Final home game of the regular season before they head to Little Rock for the SCAC Championship weekend on November 15th.
Yeah, these two teams could very well meet again in that championship series.
They really could. If McMurray can win next week over Hendricks, that would set up a rematch in that SCAC championship weekend. And a little bookkeeping here between the scoreboard operator and the referee. 1:03 showing on the clock, 24-10, Texas Lutheran with the lead. It'll be third down and 6 for Texas Lutheran at the 17-yard line of McMurray. Dietrich in the ball game at quarterback. He's done a really good job. He's joined in the backfield by Williams. One receiver out wide to the right side, which is the short side of the field. 3 receivers out wide to the left, which is the wide side of the field with the ball on the near hash mark. McMurray with 3 down linemen. Dietrich throws right side into the end zone. It's going to be caught for a touchdown for Texas Lutheran. Texas Lutheran takes advantage of another McMurray turnover, and to my count, that is 17 points they put on the scoreboard in the first half of this ball game, thanks to McMurray mistakes.
Yeah, off a turnover, like I said, turnovers are backbreakers, and you have to win the turnover battle, and the Warhawks have definitely not won that battle this evening so far.
Augustine in to attempt the extra point with 52.7 seconds left to go. Kick on its way, and the kick is good. Our new score in the ball game, Texas Lutheran leading McMurray 31-10 in the final minute of the first half. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot. Radio Abilene is pleased to honor this month's Big Country Works recipient.
My name's Elizabeth Gonzalez. I'm store manager of Hibbett Sports. I've heard about Big Country Works. I listen to the radio all the time. When I found out that Javen Ware nominated me, it was heartfelt just knowing that I impacted him enough. I definitely have a ton of students on my staff, and I do everything that I can to help them in their life, because school is the most important thing for me, as well as sports. Perseverance, leadership, build each other up. You make sure that they understand what can I bring in. All of them are definitely sneakerheads. We have like Nike, we have Jordan. My favorite brand, Brooks, definitely my favorite shoe. To me personally, work ethic is being accountable no matter what title you have. My name's Elizabeth Gonzalez. I am the store manager at Hibbett Abilene. I just want everybody to feel welcome as soon as they walk in the door.
Honoring solid work ethic and service to community. Big Country Works is the special program of this Radio Abilene station. Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
And welcome back to Wilfred Moore Stadium on the campus of McMurry University as Texas Lutheran has shocked the crowd here by taking a 31-10 lead over McMurry. And Texas Lutheran has scored at least 3 scores in this ball game, set up by the 4 lost turnovers by McMurry. McMurry has lost 2 fumbles, and they have thrown 2 interceptions. They've also allowed a 90-plus yard kickoff return. It has been a rough first half for the Warhawks, and it's reflected on the scoreboard as they trail 31-10. And it looks like McMurray's 4-game winning streak is in trouble. Pass to the near sideline is going to be intended for Thomas Chandler, and he did not make the grab. He was out of bounds when he made the catch along the near sideline. And that will stop the clock. Boy, McMurray fans are not happy right now. They thought that should have been a circus catch for the talented wide receiver, but instead the official said no, he was out of bounds. So that makes it 2nd down and 10 for McMurray at their own 38-yard line.
That was a great catch by Chandler, but he was just out of bounds. And the Warhawks have 2 timeouts left here, so we know how explosive they can be. So let's hopefully they can put some points on the board going into halftime because they get the ball back in the second half.
2nd down and 10 for McMurray from their own 38-yard line. Chandler in motion to the right side. Dylan Blake wants to throw across the middle of the field. Pass is going to be incomplete off the hands of Tedrick Williams. And Dylan Blake, who has been so phenomenal for McMurray all season long, just like last week he was named the SCAC Offensive Player of the Week after throwing 4 touchdown passes and then rushing for a touchdown at Centenary. Boy, tonight, Texas Lutheran has just taken him out of his game completely.
Yeah, they have, and hopefully they can make some adjustments at halftime. And like I said, we know how explosive the Warhawks can be, so hopefully they can put some points on the board quick, fast, and in a hurry.
3rd down and 10 for McMurray from their own 38-yard line. 35.3 seconds left to go, first half. Warhawks moving from right to left. Blake wants to throw, chased out of the pocket, rolling to the left side. Flag is thrown. Pass downfield, caught by Chandler at the 50-yard line. He's tackled immediately on the play by Texas Lutheran.
That's going to be holding, David, unfortunately.
I think you're right. From where that flag was thrown, you'd have to assume usually that is holding against the offensive line. And that will make McMurray's hole even deeper because it was already 3rd and 10. That'll make it 3rd and 20, and holding is indeed the call against McMurray. So that'll cost them 10 yards from the 38-yard line. So now it'll be 3rd down and 20 from their own 28-yard line. They've got to get to their own 48-yard line. And I think McMurray has got maybe 1 timeout remaining with 24.1 seconds left to go in the first half.
Look for something on the outside here. Make a catch, get out of bounds, stop the clock.
There's going to be a running play up the middle. Ball carrier to the 40, to the 42-yard line before he's chopped down there. Good open field tackle. That McMurray at least gets out of that hole a little bit. 4th down. And the Warhawks will just let the clock expire. That'll be the end of the first half. Not the first half if you were wearing maroon and white you were anticipating. If you're wearing black and gold, you're enthusiastic right now because it went everything went your way in the first half. As we head to halftime, our score remains Texas Lutheran 31, McMurray 10, and Warhawk football returns. And then there was also a long kickoff return by Texas Lutheran to pad the score. So if anything could go wrong, it has in the first half for McMurray. They trailed 21 points.
Yeah, before we talked, before the game, we talked about taking care of the football, David, and how well they've taken care of the football over the past few games. And tonight is just not the case. The turnovers have really broken the back of the Warhawks so far. And special teams, we talk about how well they play on special teams, and they had that kickoff return. Texas Lutheran had that kickoff return, which, was a backbreaker because they were just trying to, starting to get back into the football game. And then they had that big kickoff return, which I think was just heartbreaking.
Well, at that point, it was a 17-3 ball game. And McMurray at least had a little momentum going.
Yes.
They had a nice possession downfield. They capped it off. They'd like to have had a touchdown, obviously, but they got a field goal, their first points of the ball game, and still lots of time in the ball game. And then they kicked off to Texas Lutheran, which returned at 90-plus yards for a touchdown. So instead of 17-3 and Lutheran starting deep in its own end of the field, instead they've got a touchdown, and they have their biggest lead of the ball game. And they still have that 21-point lead. McMurray did have a nice touchdown pass to Thomas Chandler to cut it to 24-10. But then McMurray threw its second interception in the first half, deep in its own end of the field, and Texas Lutheran got the ball into the end zone to take the lead here at the half, 31-10, just uncharacteristic. And Texas Lutheran, to their credit, playing opportunistic football. When McMurray wants to be in the giving mood, Texas Lutheran was taking it and saying, thank you very much, and putting points on the board.
The good news is, though, we know how explosive the Warhawks can be. They're down 21, but they get the ball to start the second half. We know that they can make some big plays downfield. They can strike quick. So the Warhawks aren't out of this ball game just yet. We'll see if they make some adjustments at halftime and make some big plays, take care of the football, and get back in this ball game.
Our score 31-10 in favor of Texas Lutheran over McMurray. Checking other scores in college football tonight, SMU beating the number 10 team of the nation, Miami of Florida, 26-20. At the half, it's Ole Miss leading South Carolina 17-7. At the half, Michigan leading Purdue 14-7. Late in the second quarter, North Carolina State, bit of a surprise here, has a 14-10 lead over undefeated Georgia Tech. Tennessee in the Josh Heupel Bowl. Tennessee's coach is Heupel, and of course he was the quarterback at Oklahoma.
Yep.
And it's the Vols versus the Sooners tonight. And as they play in the first quarter, Tennessee has a 10-7 lead over Oklahoma. Nebraska in the second quarter is leading USC 7-3. Earlier today, Ohio State beat Penn State 38-14. West Virginia surprised Houston, nationally ranked Houston Cougars, and the Mountaineers won 45-35. Texas had to hold off Vanderbilt in Austin 34-31. The Longhorns win that ball game. And Louisville has defeated Virginia Tech 28-16. So the strong season continues for the Cardinals. Also in the final score, Notre Dame has defeated Boston College 25-10. Georgia had to rally to beat Florida. How about that? And your Texas Tech Red Raiders improved to 8-1 on the year, Chad. They outscored Kansas State 43-20 today. Indiana continues to be a great story for Big Ten football, a team that had been a doormat for years, and they have won over Maryland 55-10. Virginia defeated California, still a strong season for the Cavaliers. And coming up later tonight in top 10 action or top 25 action, it'll be number 17 Cincinnati versus number 24 Utah. That game will kick off at 9:15 tonight. And meanwhile, in the World Series, let's get if we can get an update on where they stand, as that's Game 7 of the World Series tonight.
Looks like it's 0-0 on the top of the second.
All righty. So that's an update on what's going on in the world of sports. As once again, our score 31-10 with McMurray trailing Texas Lutheran here tonight. And we mentioned it earlier, this McMurray crowd, boisterous at the start of the game, and then they were a little bit subdued as Texas Lutheran took advantage of McMurray mistakes. Now, when McMurray did get going there a little bit in the second quarter, the crowd did come to life, but then Texas Lutheran took the life right out of their throats when they scored that touchdown after the interception thrown by Dylan Blake. So McMurray trailing by 21 points here at the half. So McMurray's coaching staff, they got to make some real adjustments in the second half of this ball game. And like you said, maybe if they could get a score to start the second half, and then the defense has got to start making some plays and making some stops. And this is not even their starting quarterback. Caden Basenko was the guy we've seen the last couple of years for Texas Lutheran, a very good quarterback for the school in Seguin. But he's not the starter tonight. He's injured, but Dietrich has stepped up and has performed very well, taking over for the injured Basenko.
Yeah, battle of the number 9s. Reese Dietrich has really stepped up, like Dylan Blake on our side. Reese Dietrich has really stepped up and played well for the Bulldogs of Texas Lutheran. He was 11 for 14 last week for 221 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he's playing a lot like, Dylan Blake. He's the backup for Basenko, of course, but he's come in and just didn't have any drop-off for the Bulldogs either.
By the way, we'd like to say thank you to all of our sponsors who make these broadcasts possible on the Patriot tonight. We've got UniFirst, First Bank Texas, Chick-fil-A, Aero Ford, Hawkins Air Conditioning, Federated Insurance, the Abilene Golf Studio, and the Doubletree by Hilton, the Abilene Downtown Convention Center. Our score at the half, it's Texas Lutheran leading McMurray 31-10. Earlier, we had a chance to visit with Lorenzo Segura, the head men's soccer coach at McMurray. We'll hear from Lorenzo after the break when Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray.
It really is like everyone says. Just one foot in front of the other. So if things didn't start out great, you have the power to choose how to play. Because just by showing up, you're showing out. So whether you're having an off night or you're in the zone, what matters is you're out here. And we see you. So keep moving, keep going, and don't forget to breathe. Because today is going to be a good day. You got this. Learn more at adidas.com/YouGotThis.
Get ready, Big Country. Big Country Blitz magazine is your playbook for the season. When the games kick off, BigCountryBlitz.com is where the action never stops. Follow Big Country Blitz on Facebook, Instagram, and X for the photos, videos, stats, and stories that bring high school and college football to life across the Big Country. Your team, your rival, your season. Stay in the game all year long with Big Country Blitz. Again, that's BigCountryBlitz.com.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Our special guest at the half is Lorenzo Segura, who is the head men's soccer coach at McMurray, and his team wrapping up the regular season tonight while the Warhawks are playing football. Your team is on the road. Talk about how the season has gone for your Warhawks, Lorenzo.
It's been going good, not as great as we would like, but we're making tremendous progress as we're trying to change the culture of the program and just change everything within the program, and we're just making good progress, and it's a process of where we want to be, and it's just taking every step we can in the right direction.
Now, a year ago, we talked to you, their assistant coach. This is your first year as the head coach. What are some of the things you've learned this season making that transition from assistant to the head men's soccer coach?
It's been a lot. It's just more responsibility, and then now I can see myself looking more in detail of everything, right? Everything. It used to be just looking at the little things. Now it's actually just taking it into everything in a big picture and just focusing on as much as I can. And with the help of my assistant, now I can help him start doing what I was doing the year before.
Now, you've got a young team this year. Talk about some of the young men who've stepped up for you this year and have played really well.
Yeah, we have a lot of young guys, and especially our back line. We have two defenders that we brought in, freshman defenders playing pretty much all the minutes. And then with our midfield is very young. One of our players that we brought in was David Gonzalez, very technical player, some hard-working player that helps us right in the midfield. And even other talent as far as the striker position, we brought in a player, a good player from California, striker, hard worker, just pieces that we needed to fill, and they've been able to fill those roles. We're not where we want to be, but they're understanding that, and they're trusting the process of getting the work in so they could be much better positioned as we go through the next 3 years.
We're visiting with Lorenzo Segura, the head men's soccer coach at McMurry. Earlier in the interview, you talked about trying to change the culture for McMurry men's soccer. What are some of the things you're doing in that department as you're wrapping up this first year as head coach?
Just continue to build and have everybody buy into what we're trying to do. Even though the losses and the wins haven't been what we want, it's still a process, and the guys are starting to understand that it takes a lot more than just focus on day-to-day, one game at a time. It's just more of where we want to be and how we're going to get there as a group. And it's just young teams, so they're starting to understand and getting the good habits in and just building off of all the goods and the bads of this year to make us better.
Well, in the long run, McMurray's looking at the soccer facility. How excited are you about the possibility of that down the road for McMurray men's and women's soccer?
Oh, it's very exciting, especially having new locker rooms, just because we need new lockers and just having a field where we could actually train good times where we need to be a little more flexible with weather-wise and things like that. It's going to make everybody's life so much easier. And we're super excited just to get that facility in, and very thankful and blessed to be able to get stuff like that to continue to help our program be better off and continue to get better.
Anything else you'd like to add as we wrap the interview up?
No, I mean, it's a process, and we're
Yeah, Bob.
excited, and the future looks bright. For
You okay?
Yeah. Soccer.
Oh, congratulations.
Worried about you.
Have good luck in your match tonight and the SCAC tournament coming up next weekend.
Thank you.
Lorenzo Segura, the head men's soccer coach at McMurray, our guest at the half, and Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
Hello there. My name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is every single time you take a bite, you know you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches. There's no touching it.
Whether an organized team sport or walk around your neighborhood, Hendrick Clinic, Bone and Joint, Action Sports Medicine, and Action Physical Therapy understand the importance of keeping your family moving. From diagnosis to recovery, our team of physicians, orthopedic surgeons, and physical therapists provide personalized care for sports injuries, joint pain, and more. With state-of-the-art technology and more than 40 years of experience, our team will get you back to what keeps you moving.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium on the campus of McMurray University here in Abilene, Texas. David Bacon along with Chad Kirkland as Texas Lutheran leading the Warhawks by a score of 31-10 here at the half. The Warhawks are already out of the locker room, so whatever Jordan Neal had to say to them, he was short and sweet and to the point, as his team has committed a slew of mistakes, and Texas Lutheran, as we have noted, playing opportunistic football, taking advantage of those mistakes, and building up this 31-10 lead over McMurray here this evening at Wilford Moore Stadium.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure Jordan made some quick adjustments at halftime. The turnover battle is really not on the Warhawks side, so hopefully they don't turn the ball over anymore this football game. They get the ball back, and if they strike fast, they are right back in this ball game, because we know, we've seen it over the past couple of weeks, they can score quick, fast, and in a hurry. So the Warhawks aren't out of this ball game, but they got to play darn near perfect football from here on out.
In this 4-game winning streak that the Warhawks are currently riding coming into this ball game, their offense has played so very, very well this season, and Dylan Blake has done such a tremendous job filling in for the injured starter at quarterback Jess Hull. But Blake tonight, just last week, he was the SCAC Offensive Player of the Week. Well, tonight he just has not found his rhythm whatsoever, and let's give Texas Lutheran some credit. The Bulldogs playing a major role in disrupting the Warhawks here tonight, causing there have been 5 turnovers in all for McMurray, and they've lost 4 of them. And Texas Lutheran, the lucky recipient of those, and they've taken advantage of them. To their credit, of course, like McMurry had a 4-game winning streak coming into this. Texas Lutheran had a 3-game winning streak. So both these teams playing well coming into this match here tonight.
Yeah, normally Dylan Blake is really comfortable in the pocket. He goes through his reads like he should. But like you said, give Texas Lutheran credit for getting him off his game a little bit, providing a little bit of pressure and getting him, uncomfortable in the pocket where he's normally really comfortable. And, he's just played very uncharacteristic through, that interception there late in the second quarter. Where we thought maybe they could put up some points to get right back in this ball game. So hopefully they can strike fast here in the third quarter and make this a ball game.
Of course, these two teams last year tied for the championship of the Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference, as they were co-champions a year ago. And as the season has evolved, they are clearly the top two teams this season in the SCAC. And so even the loser of this game, even though they won't have the potential to be the number 1 seed going into the SAC championship, with a victory next week in the regular season finale, they could very well be in that championship matchup, and that we could see a rematch here in 2 weeks in Little Rock in the SCAC championship.
Absolutely, David. That would be quite the game. Either way, if McMurry comes back and wins this game, Texas and Lutheran, the chances of them meeting again in that series in Little Rock are fairly high. So this could be the first of 2 for the SCAC championship.
That's right. So right now, 31-10, Texas Lutheran with the lead, as they've now come out of the locker room as well. McMurry does have one more home game left next Saturday. It'll be Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock. Hendrix College coming down from Arkansas to play the Warhawks here at Wilford Moore Stadium. 1 o'clock kickoff for that next Saturday. 12:40 will be on the air with the pregame. And then in 2 weeks, Chad and I will be in Little Rock at War Memorial Stadium. That should be, let's hope it's the Saturday night ball game that we'll be broadcasting for the championship for the SCAC, and whoever the Warhawks should be playing. But just to get there is a big achievement, as the Warhawks, of course, next year will be leaving the SCAC, and they'll be rejoining the American Southwest Conference. So this is a short stay in the SCAC for the Warhawks, and they'd love to get out with another championship before they go back to the ASC.
Yeah, even if they don't win this ball game, David, they still have a shot at the SCAC championship. They just got to play well against Hendrix and going to Little Rock. Probably the probability of them playing Texas Lutheran again is pretty high.
All right, when we come back, we'll have the kickoff for the second half of the ball game. Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Potosi Live, Abilene's #1 music venue, also has some of the best food around. And kids eat free on Sundays. You can bring your whole family to this family-friendly restaurant and event center. Look them up on their website at PotosiLive.com and see what great entertainment is coming your way. You can also check out the menu, and when you see what they have to offer, you'll definitely be taking your family to Potosi Live. Potosi Live, 897 FM 1750, Abilene's #1 live music venue.
The school year all starts right here, under the lights. First Bank Texas is here for every drive, every dream, with checking accounts made for every student. For students 12 and up, First Student Checking builds smart habits with a debit card and your guidance from the sidelines. And as they head to college, our First College Checking gives your student the tools to manage their money and own the season. So when the final whistle blows, this season, say, that's my bank with First Bank Texas, a member of the FDIC.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium. David Bacon along with Chad Kirkland. And once again, I'd like to just thank everybody for bearing with me tonight. I had a cold earlier this week. I'm not contagious, Chad. You don't have to go home and take penicillin or anything like that. But the spirit was willing. I wanted to come here and broadcast this ball game, so thank you for bearing with me tonight. I'm a little hoarse, but I think we're going to make it through the end of this ball game. And I got to thinking about it during the break. We were talking about McMurry has now played Texas Lutheran 4 times in the last 3 years. And as it stands, if the score stands up tonight, they will have split those 4 matches up till now. And there's a very real chance they'll play again in 2 weeks in the SCAC championship tournament. So it could be these two teams will have met 5 times in the last 3 years. So they're getting real familiar with one another.
Yes, they are. So we'll see if the Warhawks can come out, strike fast, and put this game within 2 possessions.
31-10, Bulldogs with the lead. They'll be kicking off from the north 35-yard line. The wind has died down completely. It's on the chilly side out there right now. Temperature dipping into the low 60s right now. Forecast to drop into the mid-50s throughout the evening. Here's the advance on the ball, and we're underway with the second half of the ball game. And it's going to go out of bounds over on the far side of the field, so that'll give the Warhawks really good field position to start this drive. Here in the third quarter, McMurry receiving the opening kickoff. They're defending the south goal at Wilford Moore Stadium. Texas Lutheran kicking off defending the north goal here at Wilford Moore Stadium. McMurry dressed in their home maroon jerseys with the big white numerals, white pants, and the maroon helmet with the Warhawk talons on the side. The visitors from Seguin wearing white jerseys, black numerals, trimmed in gold, black pants with gold and white stripes down the side, and a black helmet with TLU in the gold on the side. So the first down and 10 for the Warhawks from the 35-yard line as they're moving from right to left or from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium to start the third quarter of the ball game.
Yeah, this is the way you want to start the third quarter with good field position on the 35-yard line for the Warhawks.
And it appears that Glenn Rice is in the ball game at quarterback. So we don't know if this is just an effort by head coach Jordan Neal to shake things up, or if Dylan Plake might be hurt. We'll have to ask that question later. But Glenn Rice is in the ballgame at quarterback. We got his numbers for you. We'll have those for you after this first play, which is a reverse back to the right side on a handoff to Thomas Chandler to the 35, to the 40, to the 42-yard line. So a nice gain. They ran to the short side of the field on a reverse and still gained positive yardage. And now let's see, more substitutions for the Warhawks coming into the ball game. But Glenn Rice does stay at quarterback. Glenn taking over for Dylan Plake. Glenn so far this year, 17 of 20 passing for 160 yards and a touchdown. He's also a threat to run, 12 carries for 76 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Runs the option here to the near side, and this is going to be Tedrick Williams, but he's pushed out of bounds at the 41-yard line. The Warhawks might have lost a yard on that play. Now they're facing third down and 4 from their own 41-yard line.
And you bring up a good point, David. He mentioned at one of the press conferences that he likes to call the game based on feel, and maybe he just has a feel for the game that maybe something Glenn Rice may fit better in this second half.
Well, that might be also a good point because Texas Lutheran has obviously seen a lot of film of Dylan Plake. They haven't seen much of Glenn Rice. So you put him in there, and he's sort of an unknown quantity for you. Third down and 3 for the Warhawks at their own 42-yard line. Ball on the near hash mark. Rice is going to run with the ball up the middle. He's got the first down to the 50, to the 45. He's to the 35. Glenn Rice to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Glenn Rice out of bounds along the near sideline of the 10-yard line. And that's why they put him in.
That's exactly why they put him in. He is explosive. And like I said, going into the second half here, the Warhawks need to strike quick, and they will be right back in this ball game, David.
Well, his quick feet, he just took off with the ball, and he has that explosiveness, and he's got a good arm, too, and he throws a different kind of pass than Dylan Plake. Dylan tends to put a lot of air underneath it, whereas Rice throws lasers. So a different look for the Warhawks to start the third quarter of the ball game, and they've got a first and goal at the 9-yard line of Texas Lutheran here at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. So Glenn Rice in the ball game at quarterback, ball on the near hash mark, sidelines to his left, wide side of the field to his right. And now a timeout call by McMurray. Well, that's not a good way to start this, as you have a hot hand, and now you have to stop everything because of some alignment issue. Now the Warhawks trailing by 21 points. They only have 2 timeouts left in this ball game.
Plus, in a game like this, Davey, you want to save those timeouts. That timeout could play an important factor coming down the stretch of this ball game. But going back to Glenn Rice, he is just explosive. When he turns the corner, he turns on the afterburners, and he makes big plays. So it's exciting to watch him play football.
It really is, and that was a good determination there because nobody was open downfield or nobody open enough for him to feel comfortable throwing to. So the middle of that field just opened up, and he just took off with the ball and gained so much positive yardage to give the Warhawks this first and goal at the 9-yard line when they come out of the timeout. 13-14 left to go here in the third quarter, and it's a 31-10 lead for Texas Lutheran over McMurry. Tedrick Williams will be in the backfield. Out wide to the left side is Thomas Chandler, who has caught McMurray's only touchdown so far in this ballgame. Rice in the ballgame at quarterback, following the timeout. Wide side of the field to his right. Rice takes the handoff, gives to Tedrick Williams. Williams maneuvering inside, and he's able to sort of maneuver his way inside the 10 to about the 6-yard line. He could have been tackled several times, but he just kept his feet moving, gained positive yardage.
Yeah, keep those legs churning, make a couple of people miss, and pick up a positive yardage there for Tedrick Williams. So here we go with the Warhawks. This is the perfect scenario. If you can score a touchdown here, like I said, strike early, and then you're only 14 points down at this point.
With still lots of time left in this ball game, but you got to get a touchdown here. 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line. Rice gives the ball to Williams. No, Rice still has the ball. Looking around, being chased. He'll be knocked down back here at the 15-yard line. I took the fake with Williams around to the left side, and now a late flag is thrown after the play is over. So we've got a dead ball foul coming up after the play was over. Let's see who the guilty party is, as Rice was sacked for a loss back at the 15-yard line.
It's going to be an important call here. Maybe unnecessary roughness.
Well, Rice was down, and maybe Texas Lutheran piled on him. We'll have to see what the officials decide here. Ball is right now spotted at the 16-yard line. The referee,
what we got here? Personal foul. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's against McMurray. We thought it could be potentially against Texas Lutheran. Instead, it's against Glenn Rice. Unsportsmanlike conduct. So you go for 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. Now you're facing 3rd and goal from the 31-yard line. It's been one of those nights for McMurray. 12:29 left to go, 3rd quarter of the ball game. Warhawks with a double slot formation, ball on the near hash mark. Sidelines to Rice's left, wide side of the field to his right. Texas Lutheran leading 31-10. Handoff to Tedrick Williams, motors his way across the 30 inside the 25-yard line. And now here comes the field goal unit for McMurray. Jax Rodriguez coming in right now. He's already kicked 1 field goal in this ball game. Warhawks want to at least get some points out of this opportunity. But golly, you had a 1st and goal at the 9-yard line, and you wind up settling for a 42-yard field goal try. Now, there's no wind at all right now, so the wind will not be a factor as he's kicking at the goalpost at the north end of Wilfred Moore Stadium. 2 feet back, 2 steps back, 2 steps to his left, high snap, brings it down, kick as a line drive, and it is good. Jack Rodriguez kicks his 2nd field goal of the night, and with 11:35 left to go in the 3rd quarter, our new score, Texas Lutheran 31, McMurray 13. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Ready for internet you don't have to babysit? West Tex Connect delivers fast, steady speeds day and night. Whole home Wi-Fi that wipes out dead zones and straightforward pricing.
They needed more than that.
Yeah.
Plus, when you need help, local Tex answer fast and fix it right. Call 325-673-1930 or visit WTConnect.com.
West Tex Connect.
Doctors and nurses are the foundation of health, but it takes people from all different backgrounds, experiences, and education with unique talents and skills to fulfill our mission of providing high-quality health care, emphasizing excellence and compassion consistent with the healing ministry of Jesus Christ. Join our team of educators, nurses, accountants, pharmacists, environmental service techs, transporters, and more. Be part of something that matters. Be part of the mission. Apply today at hendrickhealth.org/career.
Now, back to McMurray Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Here's the kickoff by the Warhawks, fielded by Texas Lutheran at the 5. They get the ball out across the 15, and boy, a big hit there, just shy of the 20-yard line. And the McMurray special teams unit comes up with a stop, getting the Lutheran Bulldogs stopped at the 19-yard line. So pretty poor field position here for Texas Lutheran to start their first drive here in the second half of the ball game.
Yeah, Jackson Stroud, number 42, came flying down the field and was able to make that stop on the kickoff return.
31-13 is our score. Texas Lutheran with the lead. Dietrich wants to throw across the middle of the field, and the pass is going to be incomplete.
Incomplete, and it stops the clock.
Well, that's true. 2nd down and 10. 19-yard line, the line of scrimmage for Texas Lutheran as they're moving from left to right or north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Wind has died down completely. It's just a nice jacket. Would feel really good if we were sitting down there in the stands right now.
It's great football weather.
2nd down and 10 now for Texas Lutheran. Ball on the near hash mark. Sidelines to Dietrich's right, wide side of the field to his left. Running play here, and the ball carrier brought down for a loss behind the line of scrimmage. And leading the charge there for the Warhawks defensively was going to be Brandon Uree, who's got 18 tackles. He's a sophomore from Franklin, Texas, and brings the ball carrier down along with several other Warhawks for a loss of a couple of yards back to the 18-yard line to make it 3rd and 12 needed for the first down. So the Bulldogs playing from behind the sticks.
Yeah, Brandon Uree came flying in there and was able to make the stops to give the Bulldogs a 3rd and 11 here.
Line of scrimmage is the 18-yard line of Texas Lutheran. 3 wide receivers out wide of the left, which is the wide side of the field. Quarterback still looking. Now he throws downfield. Pass is going to be complete at the 30-yard line. And he's got the first down to the 32. He gained 15 yards on that pass play, a little slant pass across the middle, and the drive stays alive for Texas Lutheran as they've got this 18-point lead. But more importantly, they hang on to the ball, get a chance to eat up more clock against this Warhawk team that's pretty desperate right now to come up with a break.
Yeah, they got to make some big stops on 3rd down. They had 3rd and 11, and were able to pick up that first down.
So 1st down and 10 for the Lutheran Bulldogs from their own 32-yard line. Ball in the middle of the field in relation to the sidelines. Dietrich keeps on the run-pass option, and he's able to tippy-toe his way across the 35 to about the 38-yard line. Nice decision there. Gains about 6 yards up the middle of the McMurry defense to make it now 2nd down and 4 for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, the Warhawks have got to come up here big on defense and not allow any more points on the board for the Bulldogs.
Well, it's been the Bulldog defensive unit which forced 4 McMurry turnovers in the first half. That's really the story of this ball game, is the Texas Lutheran defensive unit, which set up their offensive unit with such great field position, taking advantage of those mistakes. Running play here, and the ball carrier has got the first down across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Gain of about 8 or 9 yards on that carry, right up the gut against the McMurry defensive unit. That moves the sticks, and the drive stays alive for Texas Lutheran with 9:14 left to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, the Warhawks have really got to dig deep here, dig in, and make some stops here.
Ball on the near hash mark. Sidelines to Dietrich's right. He has a single wide receiver out wide to the right side, which is the short side. 2 receivers out wide to the left. Running play up the middle. Not much running room there at all. Might have gained back up the line of scrimmage and no further. And helping to lead that charge defensively for the Warhawks, that's going to be Ryland Hurst, who was at the Wednesday news conference. Interesting to see him. We've seen Dorian LeBlanc as well as Jackson Harris at the Wednesday news conference. And so we completed the trio on Wednesday with the appearance by Hurst. No gain on that play, Chad.
Yeah, Hurst is a great young man. I enjoyed speaking with him at the press conference. He said the defense likes to spread the love.
Well, up to this point in the season, they have been doing that, but this has just been one of those nights from McMurry. Jet sweep to the left side. Ball carrier cuts back inside. He gains to about the 48-yard line. McMurry did a nice job penetrating and blowing that play up, and it was 3rd and 10. Now makes it 4th down and long for Texas Lutheran. The ball at their own 30, checked at their own 47-yard line.
It'll be 3rd down for the...
Okay, They moved the downs marker over on the far side early, so they just keep it. It is 3rd and 8, so I apologize. So it's 3rd and 8 now for Texas Lutheran at their own 48-yard line. McMurry fans still vocal here at Wilford Moore Stadium tonight.
This is a big 3rd down for the Warhawk defense. If they can get a stop here, that would be fantastic.
3 wide receivers out wide of the right side. Dietrich in trouble. He's going to be sacked at the 45-yard line.
That's exactly what they needed, David.
The McMurry defensive unit rises to the occasion right there.
It's like that might have been Bryce Neves on that sack.
Also in the area was Jackson Harris. So they lose yardage back to the 45-yard line. And the McMurry defensive unit, as we like to say, bends, but it does not break. And they force the punt. 7:07 showing on the 3rd quarter clock. 31-13 as our score. Texas Lutheran with the lead as they're about ready to punt the ball back to the Warhawks. Here is the punt. Return man at the 10-yard line with the return along the near sideline. Oh, we might have unnecessary roughness here, but the official hasn't thrown a flag, and Jordan Neal is hopping mad, and I don't blame him because the Texas Lutheran special teams player was clearly out of bounds when he flung the return man for McMurry on the turf out of bounds. The play was over with, and he flung him down to the turf, and Jordan Neal was hopping up and down in front of him over what he feels was a missed call, and I don't necessarily disagree with him.
Yeah, I normally like to give referees some grace, but not on that one. He was clearly out of bounds. That should have been a personal foul. Wow.
So Glenn Rice comes back into the ball game at quarterback. He appears to be Jordan Neal's choice to play the second half of this ball game. First down and 10 for the Warhawks. They start back inside their own 15-yard line, moving from right to left as you look at your radio, or from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Rice from Lancaster, Texas. Hands off. Tedrick Williams tried to turn the corner, but unable to do so. Good job there by Texas Lutheran to string that play out, and McMurray will lose yardage back to its own 10-yard line. And McMurray, with 6.5 minutes left to go in the third quarter of the ball game, going to the hurry-up offense, as this is going to be second down and 12 from their own 10-yard line. So they're playing behind the sticks.
I should have been starting this drive at the 25-yard line, David.
That was a blatant miscall, in my opinion. I thought that was really unnecessary what that special teams player did for Texas Lutheran. Rice with the ball is going to run. He's to the 10. He's to the 15. To the 20. Down the near sideline. Walking the tightrope. Still on his feet to the 30-yard line. And he gets popped at the 35-yard line. But he bounces right back up. By using his feet, he's able to gain 25 yards of that quarterback scramble. And the pop didn't bother him. He bounced right up, and he's ready to go again.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to get up after that, but he popped right up.
He's a tough hombre, I want to tell you. First down and 10 from the 35-yard line. Gain of about 25 yards on that quarterback keeper. Hand off right side, nothing to do it. Texas Lutheran knifes through. No gain at all of that play for the Warhawks. So with 5:20 left to go, the Warhawks now facing a second down and 11. Also changes here now for the Bulldogs defensive unit.
It's like they're keeping some fresh bodies there on the front line.
Well, with the mobility of Glenn Rice, you need to have some fresh legs out there because he could take off at a moment's notice, as we just saw in that previous play to gain 25 yards. Second down and 12. Rice with a deep drop. Rolls to the right side. Still looking in trouble. He's going to be sacked back at the 20-yard line. Couldn't roll fast enough to get away from Texas Lutheran, and he's sacked for a 14-yard loss on the play back to the Warhawk 20-yard line.
Yeah, in that case, you just need to get rid of the football, throw it out of bounds, and live to play another day. But instead, they take a big loss there.
Wow, this is going to be 3rd and 24 needed for the first down. The line of scrimmage is the 21 of McMurray to pick up the first down. The Warhawks have got to get to their own 45-yard line, and this is third down. To quote Jerry Reed, they've got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Third and about a mile.
4:15 left to go in the third quarter. Running play up the middle. Ball carrier is able to burrow his way out for about a 5-yard pickup to the 25-yard line. And now here comes the punting unit for McMurray. Well, that quarterback sack was a killer for McMurray on that possession, so they'll have to punt the ball away. Once again, little, if any, wind at all here tonight. So Rodriguez charged now with get a good long punt off and see if the defensive unit can get the ball back for you, a little bit better field position on the next drive. But McMurray running out of time. 3:40 left to go here in the third quarter, and they trail by 18 points, 31-13 to Texas Lutheran. Here's the punt by Rodriguez. Fair catch called for at the 47-yard line. Good field position here for Texas Lutheran to start this drive with a first down and 10 at their own 47-yard line. We talked about the fact that these two teams split their two games against each other last year in the double round robin schedule, which was played by the SCAC a year ago. And these two teams wound up sharing the conference title. McMurray won here at Wilford Moore Stadium, but then in the rematch in Seguin later in the season, the Bulldogs won that one, and they wound up tied for the conference championship. I don't think this is going to be the final time they play one another this year either. So first down and 10 for the Bulldogs from the 47-yard line. Running play here up the middle. The ball carrier gets inside the 50. He gets close to the 45-yard line. Good determined run right there.
Yeah, just kept those legs churning and able to pick up about 8 yards on that play. Again, that was Torrey Brooks, who was their leading rusher last week, 17 of 127 yards.
Well, he gained about 8 yards on that carry to the 45-yard line. More importantly, gives just more time for Texas Lutheran, as they are in absolutely positively no hurry at all to snap the ball. Looking over to Neil LeHue over on that far sideline, head coach for Texas Lutheran. We approach 3 minutes left to go here in the third quarter of the ball game. Second down and 2. Running play here, and that's going to be Brooks again. And he wiggles his way inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. So another first down for Texas Lutheran, leading 31-13 over McMurray at Wilford Moore Stadium here tonight. So the new line of scrimmage will be the Warhawk 39-yard line. Ball over on the far hash mark. So the sidelines to Dietrich's left, wide side of the field to his right. McMurray with 3 down linemen defensively. Dietrich has stepped in and has done a masterful job running this Texas Lutheran offense tonight for the injured Caden Basenko. Running play here up the middle, and the ball carrier with fresh legs carrying McMurray tacklers with him inside the 30 to about the 27-yard line. And on dogged effort, he picks up 12 yards and another first down for Texas Lutheran.
Yeah, Texas Lutheran has just been able to run the ball. I think that was Torrey Brooks again. He is just a tough runner. He is hard to bring down. So look for the Warhawks, if they have a rematch with Texas Lutheran, to really study some film on him and hopefully make some stops next time.
First down and 10 for Texas Lutheran at the 27-yard line of McMurray. Dietrich awaiting the snap. He's got 2 wide receivers out wide to the right, which is the wide side of the field, with the ball over on the far hash mark. Single receiver out wide to the left, which is the short side of the field. 3 down linemen for McMurray. Ball carrier bounces to the outside. That's Brooks again, and he heads towards the downs marker inside the 20-yard line. There was nothing doing up the middle, Chad. He bounced to the outside and gained positive yardage, and it looks like that's another first down for Texas Lutheran as the chains move over on that far sideline.
Yeah, the Warhawks maintain gap responsibility there up front, but Brooks just is a smart runner. He bounces his outside and picks up another first down here.
And he was running with the short side of the field, too, which was pretty impressive. He found a crease over there to pick up the first down. The new line of scrimmage is once again Texas Lutheran in the red zone of McMurray on the south end of Wilford Moore Stadium. First down and 10 at the Warhawks 17-yard line. Dietrich awaiting the snap. Running play to Williams, left side. He stays on his feet inside the 10, gets close to about the 3-yard line. And that will be another first down for Texas Lutheran, with a chance here with the final minute of the third quarter to really put the clamps on McMurray. It's already 31-13. An impressive drive here for Texas Lutheran as they're pulling away from the Warhawks.
Yeah, if they score here, that's going to make it really hard for the Warhawks to come back and win this football game. But we'll see if Texas Lutheran can punch it in here.
First and goal from the 3-yard line. We're scrimmaging at the south end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Williams in the backfield, along with the quarterback, Dietrich. Handoff to Williams, up the middle. And McMurray's defensive unit stops him shy of the goal line. So it'll be second and goal. That might be the final play of the third quarter of the ball game, as the clock is winding, and obviously Texas Lutheran wants it to wind as fast as it can.
Yeah, they're taking their time here, and they are in no hurry.
And that will be the end of the third quarter of play here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Our score remains Texas Lutheran 13, Texas Lutheran 31, McMurray 13. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
Texas's best music and more for Abilene, Texas is KABT-FM and HD1 Hawley, Abilene. 101.7 The Patriot.
The school year all starts right here under the lights. First Bank Texas is here for every drive, every dream, with checking accounts made for every student. For students 12 and up, First Student Checking builds smart habits with a debit card and your guidance from the sidelines. And as they head to college, our First College Checking gives your student the tools to manage their money and own the season. So when the final whistle blows, this season say, "That's my bank," with First Bank Texas, a member of the FDIC.
Get ready, Big Country. Big Country Blitz magazine is your playbook for the season. When the games kick off, BigCountryBlitz.com is where the action never stops. Follow Big Country Blitz on Facebook, Instagram, and X for the photos, videos, stats, and stories that bring high school and college football to life across the Big Country. Your team, your rival, your season. Stay in the game all year long with Big Country Blitz. Again, that's BigCountryBlitz.com.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium here in Abilene, Texas, as Texas Lutheran with a 31-13 lead over McMurry, and the Bulldogs start the fourth quarter of the ball game with a second and goal situation at the 4-yard line of McMurry. We have swapped into the field. McMurry now defending the north goal here at Wilford Moore Stadium, and it's going to be a running play here, left side, ball carrier into the meat grinder, does not get to the goal line. They're going to say he got inside the 3, so it'll be 3rd and goal for Texas Lutheran. And if this touchdown is scored by Texas Lutheran, that really puts the clamps on McMurry in any kind of a come-from-behind effort when the Warhawks have struggled all night to get anything going at all offensively.
Yeah, if they score here, David, it's pretty much going to put the game out of reach for the Warhawks, but they can hopefully bring in some backups, get some experience, and it's not the end of the world because, like we've talked about before, they'll probably face Texas Lutheran again, the way it's looking, probably for the SCAC championship.
So this is going to be 3rd and goal for Texas Lutheran inside the 3-yard line of McMurray, and now a timeout called. And let's see who called this one. It's going to be called by Texas Lutheran with 14:15 showing on the game clock here. Now, once again, the Warhawks will be back here at Wilford Moore Stadium to wrap up the regular season home schedule. Next Saturday, Hendrix College from Arkansas will be here, 1 o'clock kickoff. And if you're wondering why this was a 6 p.m. kickoff tonight, it was because of family weekend at McMurry, so they wanted to get all those activities in, and they'd have the game at night so fans could stick around and enjoy the college football game. And more to the more traditional 1 o'clock kickoff next Saturday to close out the home half of the regular season schedule. And then the Warhawks will be in action on 2 weeks from today up in Little Rock in the SCAC championship weekend. And like we've been alluding to, could very well be facing Texas Lutheran again, which would be the 5th time in 3 years these two schools will have played each other.
It's also Military Appreciation and First Responders Night, so we want to thank all the military members out there, both active and veteran, and all the first responders, police, EMS, fire department, doctors and nurses even, that do heroes work every single day. So thank you to our military and first responders.
3rd and goal now for Texas Lutheran inside the 3-yard line of McMurray at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium. Brooks in the ball game at running back, along with the quarterback Dietrich here. From the near hash mark, Dietrich rolls to the right side. He's going to be sacked back at the 10-yard line. Well, the Warhawks with great penetration there, led by Dorian LeBlanc to bring the quarterback down for a loss on the play. And now an apparent field goal try by Texas Lutheran as they sit in the kicking unit. And this will be a short, approximately 25-yard field goal. So Augustine in to attempt the field goal. He's a left-footed kicker. So it's 2 steps back and 2 steps to his right. The snap, the spot, the kick is on its way, and the kick is good. And with 13:37 left to go in the ball game, our new score, Texas Lutheran 34, McMurray 13. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
One doorbell cam catching raccoons at 3 a.m., 2 4K streams, 3 gaming consoles, plus an AI bot helping you help your kid do algebra homework. Is your internet sweating? West Text Connect brings high bandwidth that just works. Whole home Wi-Fi that actually gets to the back of the house, and simple pricing, no games. And when you need help, local Text fix it fast. Get it in at WTConnect.com.
West Text Connect.
You know, it really is like everyone says, just one foot in front of the other. So even if things didn't start out great, you have the power to choose how they end. Because just by showing up, you're showing out. So whether you're having an off night or you're in the zone, what matters is you're out here, and we see you.
So keep moving, keep going, and don't forget to breathe, because today is going to be a good day. You got this. Learn more at adidas.com/YouGotThis.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Here's the kickoff return by Jaden Pruitt to the near sideline. He gets across the 35 to about the 36-yard line, going out of bounds. He gets popped and loses his helmet. And we have a flag down on the play, so we'll have to let the officials get all this sorted out. With 13:28 left to go, Texas Lutheran with a 34-13 lead over McMurray. This match is the biggest lead. And as the luck would go for the Warhawks tonight, this is a major penalty here against the Warhawks all the way back to the 22-yard line for a hold. So what could have been a really good kickoff return is penalized, and the Warhawks will start back here at their own 22-yard line.
Yeah, I thought there was a little late contact out of bounds on that return as well, but that wasn't called. We got a holding on the Warhawks to set them up at the 22-yard line here.
So Dylan Plake back in the ball game at quarterback now for the Warhawks with a 1st down and 10 from their own 22-yard line as the Warhawks get hit with another major 15-yard penalty. Warhawks on the move from left to right as you look at your radio, or from north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium. This is Tedrick Williams, takes the handoff around the left side, and not much there. He loses yardage, and instead of being a positive gain, he loses 2, and it'll be now 2nd down and 12 from the 20-yard line. I guess what's thrown everybody for a loop, I got to thinking about this, Chad, during the break. The 3 losses McMurray suffered earlier this season were all one-score losses.
True.
Losses to Southwestern, Hardin-Simmons, and Huntington were close, went to the final minute kind of situations. And once again, I don't have any idea what's going on with the computer. I apologize. The computers have a mind of their own. The point I was trying to make, and thank you, Dustin, for rushing in here to get us back on the air. The 3 one-score losses the Warhawks suffered back in September, they went down to the final minute. They've not been, just taken completely out of the game all season long like they were tonight by Texas Lutheran. This is what I guess has really surprised everybody, is the fact that Texas Lutheran has just dominated this ball game.
Yeah, very unusual because, like you said, they've lost by, the losses that they've had have all been by one possession, but definitely not in this game. It's like picked up.
That's a pass complete to Thomas Chandler. It was a 3rd down and 12 play. So the Warhawks will have to punt the ball away, and that's something else. McMurray has rolled up over 400 yards of offense in the 3 conference games so far. Tonight, they have just been stymied by Texas Lutheran's defensive unit.
Yeah, uncharacteristic. Again, the turnovers are going to be the big story in this football game. We'll have to take a look at the turnovers, see how many points they gave up on turnovers. And we got to definitely fix those coming into the next game and into the SCAC championship.
And the punt will be fielded by Texas Lutheran at the 45-yard line. 1st down and 10 for the Bulldogs as they get the ball back at their own 45-yard line. 12:06 showing on the clock. 34-13, Bulldogs with the lead over the Warhawks here tonight. So the Warhawks at least have that game against Hendricks College, and Hendricks is a good team. Out there 2-1 in conference play going into action tonight. So you're not exactly playing the Little Sisters of the Poor next week, so that'll give you a chance to play a good, strong opponent, try to get back on track as you get ready for the SCAC championship weekend in 2 weeks at Little Rock.
Yeah, you definitely want to have momentum going into that series in Little Rock. So look for them to come out next week, explosive plays next week, hopefully, and have some momentum going into Little Rock.
A sweep to the right side with Brooks, and McMurray brings him down after a gain of only 1 yard on the play. So that'll make it a 2nd down and 9, but the clock continues to roll with 11:45 left to go in the ball game. So he's 2nd down and 9 for Texas Lutheran at their own 46-yard line. Ball over on the far hash mark, so the sidelines to Dietrich's right, wide side of the field to his left, as they're moving from south to north here at Wilford Moore Stadium. And a little bit of a moral victory for the Warhawks that they made Texas Lutheran settle for a field goal that last possession. Little pitch here, tight end catches it to the 50, gets to the 45-yard line before he's upended on the play there. Ball did pop loose, but he recovered his own fumble. McMurray's argument is short-lived by two officials who come over and say, no, he did recover it. And Texas Lutheran will have a first down just inside the 45-yard line of McMurray.
That was another great open field tackle there by Xavier Rodriguez, who's made a lot of those here recently. So great job, Xavier Rodriguez, for that open field tackle, or else that could have been even more yardage here for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Xavier is a freshman from Lake Dallas. So this is a young McMurray team. We have to remember that also this year. So first down and 10 for the Bulldogs, as they're settling personnel in left and right as well. Lutheran now just 10:42 away from improving to 4-0 in conference play.
Taking their time here. They are in no hurry whatsoever.
Can you really blame them? I mean, they want that clock to roll even faster. So first down and 10 from the 45-yard line. Running play here. And a gain of a couple of yards from the 45 to the 43-yard line.
Good tackle there by John Newton, linebacker.
Second down and 10, no gain on the play. Well, they'll give him a yard to the 44-yard line. Not quite for sure why we had that dead air for a few minutes there, because I punched the button correctly, or I thought I had, but
satellites weren't aligned.
I guess so. Sort of like just been one of those nights for McMurray, even here in the broadcast booth. Second down and 9 from the 44-yard line. Texas Lutheran taking its time. Dietrich keeps the ball himself, dances his way to the 42-yard line, and that's where he's popped on the tackle there. That's Dylan Davis, who took out some frustrations with that tackle. Gain of only 2 by Dietrich, but he felt it as he and Dylan Davis got to know each other real personally there.
Yeah, Dylan Davis with a great form tackle there. Like you said, I think he was taking out a little frustration there. It was a big hit by Dylan Davis. Bulldog running back there definitely felt that one.
So it makes it third down and 7. Line of scrimmage is the 42-yard line of McMurray. Ball over on the far hash mark. And the McMurray fans still have some air left in their lungs. Dietrich wants to throw. Deep pass down the far sideline. It's going to be caught at the 10-yard line. Great catch, and he'll be finally tackled at the McMurray 6-yard line. There were 2 McMurray defenders there, and somehow that receiver went up between the 2 of them and came down with the ball inside the 10-yard line of McMurray here at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium.
Yeah, you can't really blame the Warhawk defense there. They had perfect position, but looked like Dominic Castellanos, the receiver.
Murray. Ball over on the far hash mark. Dietrich rolls to the right after faking the handoff. Dietrich will run with the ball himself, and he's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, not much the Warhawks could do there. Reese Dietrich beat him there with his feet. He has been a fantastic player coming in as a backup role for the Bulldogs, and he showed it right there with his feet. To take it in, make a few people miss, and take it in for the touchdown for the Bulldogs.
He's listed as a freshman, 6'1", 205 pounds. He has not played like a freshman here tonight. As Texas Lutheran about ready to win its 4th game in a row, and at the same time snap McMurray's 4-game winning streak. The kick is blocked. That might be one of the few things that's gone wrong for Texas Lutheran tonight, as the PAT is blocked. So our new score of the ball game with 8:19 left to go. It's now Texas Lutheran 40, McMurray 13. And Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurray Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Hanner Chevrolet, we know service is everything. Here's why our customers keep coming back again and again.
Hassle-free experience.
fast, friendly service.
The best deals.
Feels like home.
No matter if it's your first time buying or fifth, you can expect excellent service every time. So whether you're looking for a truck with plenty of power or something more practical for your daily commute, we've got you covered. Stop by today and see why people drive from all over Texas to buy him.
When you just need some good pizza, head to Pizza House at 212 North 1st in Clyde, the former Clyde Fire Station. Where they're firing up all your favorite pizza classics, plus try the popper pizza or order with a gluten-free or cauliflower crust. They also specialize in sticks and salads. Since 1990, it's Pizza House. His legacy in Clyde. Phone your order in at 325-893-4141. Open 11 to 7, closed Monday through Wednesday. Pizza House in Clyde. 325-893-4141.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Here's the kickoff return by Jaden Pruitt, but once again, a penalty will deny McMurray good field position to start this drive. He had the return out close to the 40-yard line, but there was a call against McMurray's special teams, and McMurray will be pushed all the way back to its own 20 to start this drive, trailing 40-13 with just over 8 minutes left to go in the ball game. And now, Chad, that I think about it some more, you know, last year McMurray went 7-3 and tied for the SCAC co-championship with Texas Lutheran. And out of the 10 games last year, the only one that really stood out like a sore thumb was that game in Seguin when the Warhawks were out of sync that night. And now Texas Lutheran comes up here and does that same voodoo to the Warhawks here at home tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. What the Bulldogs of Texas Lutheran seem to have the Warhawks number. Let's see if, they can look at some film, make some adjustments. If they play each other again in the SCAC championship, hopefully it'll be a different result.
Blake in the ball game at quarterback, throws down, and the pass is going to be juggled and then incomplete. Almost a circus catch there by Xavier Williams. A nice job by Dylan Blake to step up out of pressure, out of the pocket, and throw to Williams, who had a step on a defender, but he just couldn't hang on to the ball. So that'll make it 2nd down and 10 back at the 20-yard line for McMurray.
Yeah, and the Warhawk receivers have made some uncharacteristic drops too, which is not usually the case. So a lot of things are out of sorts tonight.
2nd down and 10 from the 20-yard line. 7:57 left to go in the ball game. Blake steps up again in the pocket. A flag is thrown. Blake will be tackled here at the 21-yard line as he finally elected to just carry the mail himself. But where that flag was thrown, you'd have to assume maybe a holding call here against McMurray.
Yeah, that's usually right in the area of holding. So see what the call is here.
It's just been one of those nights where the roof caved in on McMurray, and it just keeps caving in on them.
Holding is the call
against McMurray. That'll back the Warhawks up. Still, though, pretty good crowd here, still supporting the Warhawks as we play with 7:50 left to go. Penalty will put the ball back at the McMurray 10-yard line. It'll be now 2nd down and 20 for McMurray, as they're moving from left to right as you look at your radio, or north to south here at Wilford Moore Stadium.
Not a bad crowd for us again in Texas Lutheran either.
That's right. Of course, they came in here with a 3-game winning streak, McMurray a 4-game winning streak, so you knew something had to give. And Blake, little inside pitch here, and this is Tedrick Williams to the 20, taken out of bounds to the 23-yard line, and now a penalty will be thrown against Texas Lutheran for what appears to be a face mask penalty. I took the cue there from Jordan Neal, who was certainly pleading his case as the official came, but the official saw it too as he was reaching for his pocket to pull out that flag.
Yeah, I'm glad the official called that flag. Jordan Neal would have lost his mind. That was definitely a face mask or horse collar.
Face mask penalty against Texas Lutheran.
Horse collar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's the same difference.
Sort of a mock cheer from the McMurray fans. They've seen so many those penalties go against McMurray tonight. I tell you, the smartest person here is the Warhawk mascot. On a chilly night, he's in a costume, and he's nice and warm here on a chilly night.
Yes.
Blake chased out of the pocket, still looking, throws downfield, pass intercepted. 50, 45 with the return. Texas Lutheran, that's the third interception of the night thrown by Dylan Blake, and the fifth turnover that McMurray has lost in this ball game out of the 6 that they have had.
And you got to give credit to Texas Lutheran. They have made him uncomfortable in the pocket, and they forced some of those throws downfield that he normally doesn't make, in another turnover by the Warhawks.
That's Troy Tomaselli, who came up with the pick, and with the return gives Texas Lutheran really good field position. This might be one of those tapes that Jordan Neal will just simply burn. There's no sense to watch this one.
Yeah.
Nothing has worked for the Warhawks here tonight.
Or use it as a don't do this.
So after the turnover, that's 3 interceptions and 2 fumbles that McMurray has lost. They had another fumble, but they recovered it themselves. Running play here, right side. This is Brooks, but he's knocked down for a 2-yard loss back at the 45-yard line. And now a late flag is thrown after the play is over with. Starting a little chippy here between these two teams.
Yeah, this will be some sort of unsportsmanlike conduct, probably. I was holding on Texas Lutheran.
Now, finally, a few penalties going against the Bulldogs, but too few, too late as far as McMurray is concerned. 7:03 showing on the fourth quarter clock. So that'll put the ball back at the 46-yard line for, 47-yard line of Texas Lutheran. Ball over on the far hash mark. Dietrich stays in the ball game and quarterback. Running play here. Cuts back inside, gets to the 50-yard line into McMurray territory to about the 48-yard line before he's brought down. That'll be a gain of about 3, maybe 4 yards to make it 2nd down and 15 now for Texas Lutheran.
Warhawks just want to get some stops here for pride.
Well, a nice job by Texas Lutheran. Their head coach is Neil LaHue. He's in his 4th year as the head coach at Texas Lutheran. The Austin native led the Bulldogs to that SCAC co-championship last year with McMurray. His overall record with the Bulldogs, 19 wins and 19 losses. So he'll perk above 500 with this apparent victory here tonight at Texas Lutheran. Running play here up the middle, and the ball carrier Bulldogs his way to about the 43-yard line. And that will now make it 3rd down and 10 for Texas Lutheran. 5:48 showing on the clock.
Trying to take their time here. They're just trying to run out as much clock as they can here late in the fourth quarter.
It'll be interesting to see next Saturday afternoon how McMurray responds to this. I know it's difficult to lose like they did 3 straight one-score losses back in September when they started the season, but it appeared that they had righted the ship with that 4-game winning streak, and then just to get smashed in the mouth like this tonight by Texas Lutheran. How will the Warhawks respond next Saturday against Hendricks? Running play here, ball carrier over the right side, gains to about the 42-yard line. It'll be 4th down and 9.
Well, it's hard to win football games, David, when you have 5 turnovers. It's really, really tough to win when you have turnovers like that. A lot of penalties in this game for the Warhawks, and just doesn't really put you in a position to win football games when you have 5 turnovers and the penalties that the Warhawks have had tonight.
Yeah, they started this game digging themselves a hole and just never could get out of it. It was 17-0 before the Warhawks got on the scoreboard, and that was they settled for a field goal to make it 17-3. Kicked off to Texas Lutheran, and they returned it 90-plus yards. Here's a punt on 4th down for Texas Lutheran, and it goes out of bounds at about the 5-yard line.
It rolled right there at about the 3-yard line.
So a good punt there by Texas Lutheran. Warhawks get the ball back with 4:19 left to go. So Texas Lutheran shot out to that early lead, taking advantage of McMurray mistakes. And then when it looked like McMurray might be turning the corner, they kicked the field goal to make it 17-3. They kicked off to Texas Lutheran. They returned it 90-plus yards to take a 24-3 lead, and they haven't looked back since then.
And 2 plays that really stand out to me, David, is the kickoff return for Texas Lutheran for a touchdown, and then the missed call down here. There was obviously a unsportsmanlike conduct or unnecessary roughness out of bounds that could have put the Warhawks in good field position. I think those two plays stand out to me.
Quarterback for McMurray running the ball here out to about the 5-yard line. And that's Glenn Rice in the ball game now, a quarterback for McMurray. It was, and out of all the games we've seen this year with Dylan Blake at quarterback, he's been a steady competitor and very, somebody you can really depend on. But tonight he was completely taken out of his game. That wasn't the Dylan Blake we've seen all season long here tonight. Out of the end zone, Rice wants to throw, still has the ball, and he's going to be, did he get out of the end zone? He just barely got out of the end zone. That could have been a safety down here. He did, at the last second, avoid a tackle in the end zone, but now it's going to be third and a long way, and he doesn't have much room down here for a cushion, as that ball is literally at about the 1-foot line here at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium.
Yeah, I think he was about an inch away from getting a safety there.
40-13 is our score. Bulldogs with the lead. And now it's going to be third down and about 13 needed for the first down. And Glenn Rice, the quarterback, is standing about 6 yards deep in the end zone here at the north end of Wilford Moore Stadium, awaiting the snap in the shotgun formation. Looking back. Now this time he will be tackled in the end zone, and that will be a safety for Texas Lutheran.
He just had nowhere to go with the ball. A lot of times you got to roll out. That's where maybe some of his inexperience. You just got to roll out, get rid of the football, and not take the safety.
Well, and also in this case, he's got to throw the ball so you can put the heat on him. And so they did, and he's a young quarterback. And he just barely got out of the end zone on the previous play, but this time he is tackled. And so that now makes the score 42-13 with 2:55 left to go. A rough night all the way around for the Warhawks.
Yeah, what can go wrong has gone wrong for the Warhawks tonight.
It'll be interesting to see at Wednesday's news conference how Jordan will talk about this and how the players are responding to a blowout loss in an important game here tonight. Now, the Warhawks will have a free kick from their own 20-yard line since it was a safety.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see, like you said, at the press conference, what some of the messaging will be going into next week and going into Little Rock. We've talked at length about how these two teams could really face each other again there in Little Rock for potentially the championship.
Well, for that to happen, McMurray's going to have to beat Hendricks next Saturday here at Wilford Moore Stadium. So they've got to quickly put this one behind them because that's a good Hendricks team that'll be coming here next Saturday. Hopefully by then I'll have my voice back. Here's the punt. And the return man across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. So with 2:46 left to go, Texas Lutheran leading 42-13 will get the ball back. And they have just really dominated this ball again. They've really turned the tables on McMurray. McMurray in the last couple of weeks, they beat Lyon College with 65-7. They won at Austin College 31-13. Last week at Shreveport against Centenary 52-6. But they were on the other end of that score tonight.
Yeah, and like we said before during the beginning of the broadcast, they've only given up 26 points before tonight, and they've given up a lot more than that, 42 points just in this game alone.
Dietrich stays in the ball. Oh, it's a new quarterback. I'm sorry. Running play up the middle. He's across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. And this is going to be Micah Keeson, sophomore from Killeen. That head off to Reese Dietrich. He did a phenomenal job at quarterback for Texas Lutheran tonight. Gain of 4 yards there, makes it 2nd down and 6.
Battle of the Nines, like I said before. Dylan Blake, the backup, number 9, and Reese Dietrich, number 9 for the Bulldogs, the backup. Not sure referees are talking about something here.
Well, they're waiting for the 2-minute timeout to come.
Oh, okay.
And there it is. We'll take the 2-minute timeout with them. 2 minutes left to go here at Wilford Moore Stadium. Texas Lutheran leading 42-13 over McMurry, and Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Potosi Live, Abilene's #1 music venue, also has some of the best food around. And kids eat free on Sundays. You can bring your whole family to this family-friendly restaurant and event center. Look them up on their website at potosilive.com and see what great entertainment is coming your way. You can also check out the menu, and when you see what they have to offer, you'll definitely be taking your family to Potosi Live. Potosi Live, 897 FM 1750, Abilene's #1 live music venue.
Hello there, my name is Seishao, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is every single time you take a bite, you know you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches. There's no touching it.
Now, back to McMurry Warhawk football on 101.7 The Patriot.
Welcome back to Wilford Moore Stadium, and a holding call against Texas Lutheran will wipe out what was a tremendous about 35-yard run for Texas Lutheran. Instead of having a first down in McMurry territory around the 40-yard line, instead they're going to have a second down and very long back here closer to about their 25-yard line. So a penalty here wipes out a fine run by Texas Lutheran, and now the Bulldogs play behind the sticks. With 1:44 left to go in the ball game, Texas Lutheran with a commanding 42-13 lead over McMurry here tonight at Wilford Moore Stadium. New quarterback in the ball game is Kaysen. Handoff here, ball carrier. He gets across the 30 to about the 31-yard line. Both teams now with a chance to play a lot of fresh faces in the ball game. And helping to make that tackle for McMurray on that last play is going to be Bickham, junior linebacker from Lafayette, Louisiana. So now it's going to be third and about 7 needed for the first down. Maybe 3 more plays left in this one.
Yeah, I think 3 more plays will do it. Take the time off the clock.
Well, Texas Lutheran, that drive to Seguin, which takes about 3.5, 4 hours, that'll be a fast 4-hour drive. It won't seem very long at all as they celebrate this win to take over the lead in the Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference. Sole possession of the lead. Running play here is short of what they need for the first down. And it'll be 4th down and about 7. McMurray sends Trey Alvarez and Marcus Maple back deep to receive the punt. You might just have to punt the ball away, and that'll be the last play. There's about a 6-second differential between the play clock and the game clock.
Yeah, they may have to just punt it, and then that will be it, pending a Warhawk return for a touchdown.
And right now, Texas Lutheran letting it, they might be called here for delay of game. Play clock down to 4, 3, 2, 1, and now they call a timeout. Stops the clock with 7.3 seconds left to go here in the ball game. So the Warhawks don't have a lot of time to really stew over this one with Hendricks coming in. And like we said, Hendricks also has got a record of 4 wins, 3 losses starting play tonight. And I think their one loss in conference play was this Texas Lutheran bunch.
Like they say, David, in sports, you got to have a short memory.
Yes.
Have a short memory. Forget this one, put it behind you, and go to next week and just regroup and hopefully put a win up against Hendricks College coming in next week.
That if you could beat Hendricks here next Saturday, then that would give you theoretically the rematch against Texas Lutheran and a chance for you to avenge this loss here tonight, which it's like I said, last year when they played in Seguin, the one game all season long that just didn't match anything the Warhawks did during the 2024 season. And here tonight, it's the same storyline. This one does not match at all the Warhawk team we'd seen through the first 7 games of the season.
Yeah, they just didn't seem like the same Warhawk football team that we've seen the past 3 weeks.
Here's a running play for Texas Lutheran. Instead of punting the ball, they're going to run it. They've got the first down as time winds out, and that's the ball game. Our final score, Texas Lutheran with a 42-13 victory over the McMurry Warhawks here at Wilfred Moore Stadium. Chad and I will be back with the postgame show when Warhawk football returns in a moment on the Patriot.
This is McMurry Warhawk football with David Bacon and Chad Kirkland on 101.7 The Patriot.
Ready for today at night. Full home life.